Okay, so my power went out temporarily. So hopefully I'm back streaming again and you guys can all see and hear me. So we'll see. Um yeah, so I realized that I had actually watched that last episode and I agree. I don't think that she killed him. Um I just think she's too frail of a woman, and again, she was tied up. I don't know, and I don't feel like they put her away with proper evidence. So yeah, I don't believe that she actually killed that. I don't actually, I don't believe she actually killed her husband. Um, but this one I know I haven't seen, so I'm going to. I love Bose. I love me some Bose videos. She is amazing. She is great. And I know her Sinister series is a lot more of like her telling a story versus like her reaction content. So we're gonna watch this video and just listen to her tell us a story that I haven't heard, which is rich fortune teller murdered by client because she felt scammed. Which this sounds like it's about to be wild. So goodness.
Ha Smith is a very, very respected member of the community. And she's a fortune teller. She's a pretty rich fortune teller, to be honest. In the city that she lives in, it's kind of like the little Saigon of Orange County, California. I mean, she was very, very loved for just the person she was. Kind, understanding, she would listen to people, but also B, she was a spiritual guide for a lot of respected people in the community. She was very, very expensive, however, and that's kind of what led to her affluent lifestyle. But it was entirely earned, and everybody loved her. But
Okay.
when you're rich, talented, and everyone loves you, there's always somebody creeping in the shadows trying to ruin your life or take you down. And on April 22nd in 2005, Ha Smith was found dead in her home alongside her 23-year-old daughter, Anita Vo. One thing that was strange about this crime was Ha Smith had been robbed a few years earlier in 2001. They had stolen over $370,000 worth of jewelry. She kept a lot of money in the house because she was a fortune teller and people usually paid her in cash. When she got robbed, she boarded up the house, she put bars everywhere. I mean, in a classy way, she was pretty well protected. So the authorities figured that this had to have been someone that knew them. There was no forced entry. After the murders, though, this person had doused their bodies in white paint. A couple suspects came to mind. Anita Vo's boyfriend, who had been desperately trying to get in touch with her after their breakup. Another one was one of her clients, Tanya, who had been angry with her over a few things, but she was a million miles away. And then the third person was a maintenance guy that had known Anita and Ha for over 8 years. And the day after the murders, they saw white paint all over his boots. All of these people seem to have very personal connections with Ha and Anita. But afterwards, somebody went on a shopping spree with their cards and burglarized the entire house. Investigators didn't know if this was a burglary or somebody closer. Folks, it's another Sinister Saturday. Lately, I've been diving into cases of female killers. I just find their motives to be more interesting, the methods of the crime, the interrogation. I don't know what it is. I've looked at a lot of cases over the years, and female killers just always fascinate me. If you're interested in true crime, or if you're mostly interested in female killers, the trauma that led them to their violent acts, the path that led up to the crime itself, then come back every Saturday. I will be here. I will be here. If you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel. Don't miss a video. Also, do I ever introduce myself in videos? Y'all know how people in videos be saying like, hey guys, I'm Bose. Welcome back to my channel. Like, I literally never do that. I just get into the video. Somebody told me recently, like, Bose, you should be introducing yourself in videos. You should be introducing yourself to like the audience. I don't know, if I met you at a party, I'm not gonna I'm just gonna start talking to you first, you know? I don't know. I don't want to seem like I'm just talking at you. Like, you can type in the comments, like you can respond. I read them and stuff. I don't know. I'm also just not good at introducing myself.
Okay, just a quick thing. I adore Bose because she's amazing, right? I think she's super funny. I thoroughly enjoy her and her content. But like this is so true. It's like all of her videos just get right into the point. Like she's like there's no introductions necessary. She's just like, "All right, let's go. You're here, I'm here. Let's talk about it." And I don't know, I do like that though. I like the structure in which she does her videos. Like they're very well done.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. But I'm Bose. God, I just want to tell you the story. Half the reason I do this on this channel is because, probably like you, I've been reading true crime cases for decades. I have been fascinated by the psychology behind them. Like, how could somebody do something like this? And a few years ago, I had all these true crime stories and nobody to tell them to. So that's why I do this on this channel. I just want to share crazy stuff I've heard this week with you. Ha Smith was a single mom that came to the United States.
Which I feel that, which is why me and my best friend have a true crime podcast called Criminalish, and you guys should go listen to it. Also, I do have a podcast on my own that is called Kept on Ice. I have not uploaded on it in several months because I've been putting a lot of time into Criminalish, but I will be uploading consistently on that channel and that podcast at the beginning of the year. I'm like prepping some stories right now so that I can give myself ample time to actually do everything I want to do with that channel. So look out for that. Go subscribe over there. It's on YouTube, and I would really appreciate it. And we're also Kept on Ice is also on YouTube. So Criminalish and Kept on Ice are both on YouTube, and you can go listen to them. And they are also available wherever you like to listen to your podcast.
States after escaping Vietnam during the time of communism with her 5-year-old daughter, Anita. She wanted a better life for her child because at the time they were literally living in jungles in Cambodia. And Ha said, I gotta get out of here. They spent about 2 years there when she finally decided, okay, we can get to the US. Let's go. Let's go. There's way more opportunities for me so I can take care of my daughter. I can get her into good schools. Like, it to them, it was going to be a dream going over to America versus everything they had just gone through. Not too much is written about what transpired between the 15 years of Anita and Ha coming to America to, where they are today. They get to America and Ha works so hard to build a better life for herself and for her daughter. Within about a decade, she becomes a highly respected member of the community and fortune teller. She was a spiritual guide for so many people. She lived in an area called Little Saigon that had about 30,000 people, and she is at the top. Also, like, if you were going to Ha Smith, they actually called her Mrs. Ha. If you were going to her for fortune telling, you had money, and B, you were going somewhere in life. Look, I know a lot of people don't take fortune telling very seriously, but I'm somebody that grew up like very Christian, very spiritual. Even though I don't follow the religion that I was raised in anymore, I still have like a lot of spirituality in me, okay? And so sometimes
I feel this because I'm the exact same way. I grew up like Southern Baptist, very, very religious, and I don't I'm not a churchgoer. I'm not somebody who does that, but I do still have a lot of ties to my religion. And there's like, I take the pieces of it that I like and I think that are actually good, and then I just leave the pieces I don't. So I do the same thing. I feel that. So I could also see, like, I could see myself going to a fortune teller, but I also think too, like, fortune tellers are very significant depending on your culture, right? So like if something is culturally significant, you don't have to get it but if it's something that's culturally significant to somebody else, I could see that. Like I don't know if it's culturally significant to them or to her, but I could see myself going to a fortune teller, even if it was just for, you know, I'm feeling a little lost in life. Maybe a fortune teller is cheaper than a therapist. It doesn't sound like she is, but you know.
When I'm going through a really rough time, I'm like, all right, let me see what the stars are saying. Let me see what these YouTube tarot chicks are saying, okay? Because
Yeah.
my belief is that sometimes when we're going
like
through something difficult,
readings.
we actually already know the answer. We know deep in our heart what we really want to happen, and sometimes we know how to get there, but we're so emotionally tied up in, maybe our old past, like triggers, or just, really, really wanting something. There's a lot of emotion spun up in it. So hearing from another person a whole bunch of different avenues, you'll kind of see, wait a minute, that's the thing that I want. And you kind of already knew it, but hearing it from somebody else can help solidify that. So if you're not a person that believes in fortune telling at all,
at the end of the day, like, you're trying to find something that makes you feel whole in the world and makes you feel good about, the life that you have to live every day. Because at the end of the day, nobody else has to live inside your head. You do. So you need to enjoy being there. And if going to see a fortune teller um, makes you enjoy your headspace a little bit more, then that's what you should do. So, yeah, I mess with it. I mess with the message.
I hope that makes a little bit of sense to you. Like, basically, you already know what you want, but you need somebody to lay out a couple different cards and say, is this, is this, is this, is this? And you kind of cling on to one direction, and they'll talk, a lot more about it. These people, fortune tellers, they're very empathetic. They're very in tune with you. And it can really be helpful when you're super, super lost in life. But another thing that Ha Smith did was love spells. Smith's love spells were pretty expensive. Even back in the early 2000s, it might run you about $6,000. Now, the love spells, I don't really know how all of that works, but just so we're on the same page in this story, I think, something as simple as instilling confidence to somebody that this relationship is possible, you're meant for this, you're destined for it, it might make that person put their best foot forward. And then maybe it'll actually happen. She did fortune telling, palm reading, love spells. I mean, she was so popular that there were people all over the country that had heard about her, and they were desperate to hear what she had to say about their situation. She was very popular. And to a point, she started to really only take clients that she knew and really, really raise the prices. Ms. Ha was often paid entirely in cash. And remember I said some of her love spells might cost like $6,000? Well, for longer readings, she might charge $10,000, $15,000. And people were paying in cash. I know.
Get your money, sis. It sounds like baby girl was about her business, about her money. And I'm not mad at it. You go, girl.
First of all, they were paying it? Yes, Lord. And in cash? Absolutely. She had stockpiled hundreds of thousands of dollars hidden throughout her house. But she also didn't hesitate to spend nice things on handbags, Louis Vuitton, jewelry, anything she wanted, including her daughter's tuition. Because don't forget, Ha grew up in a very, very difficult situation, and she did anything and everything that she could to pull her and her daughter out of it. I mean, sure, is she charging a lot of money for the fortune tellings now? Is she buying all the luxurious things she wants? Yes, but I think she is the definition of someone that has earned it. So many people trusted her for her psychic advice because the things that she would say were going to happen, or the things that they needed to do, really happened. That's why people kept coming back. She was clearly in touch with something. Now, she worked really hard to afford nice things for herself. She also was pretty popular in the community because she was like the poster child of what a lot of women wanted to be. She was always seen with her luxurious handbags. She had her nice jewelry on. She was very like ladylike. She was just so, I can just picture it. I mean, have you guys ever seen somebody, like whether it was a guy or a girl, that just was the embodiment of what you want to be when you grow up? I've been saying that like even as an adult. Like I'll be seeing.
Yes. Yes. And honestly, I think it's so important to find that person And like in some ways too, if you can be mentored by that person, like professionally, maybe personally, if you can get that person to like help you out and be a mentor to you, it's totally worth doing. I met like my idol. Like I studied landscape architecture and urban planning in college, right? I want you to guess how many black people are in my profession. Okay. So I happened upon this black man who was a partner at the one of the largest firms in the United States of America. And he was like, I really looked up to him, and I had so much respect for him because he was a black man in my profession who had made it, you know? And like was so down to earth and so like cool, and he had dreads, and yeah, he was great. And so I was like, I have to talk to this man. And so one day at a career fair, he's there, right? And like everybody's walking up to him and everybody's like talking to him, and he's going through and he's doing his thing, right? And I'm like, okay, I need to talk to this man, but not only that, I need to ask this man to be my mentor and to help me through this program. I was actually struggling. I was really struggling in my program, not with the academics, but just like socially. Um, Again, just a very white profession, so I had like pretty much all white classmates, and I had a little bit of a run in with a racist professor, and I was just like, honestly, I was getting ready to leave the profession when I met him. I was getting ready to leave my class, I guess I should say, when I met him. And I like just walked up to him and I introduced myself and I asked him if he would want to go get coffee downstairs at the cafe. And he agreed, and he agreed, and he came down and he had coffee with me, and it was the best conversation I've ever had. And he became like my mentor for the last like 7 years. He sat on my committee as part of when I got my master's. Um, he really went out of his way to mentor me and like, really look out for me in this profession. And even now, I'm reaching out to him to, for professional advice and working with him on other projects and just getting his perspective on things. And so like it's so important to try and find the person that you want to be and then ask them for help. Because most of the time, like, I got lucky, right? He totally could have been like, absolutely not. I don't even know you. Why would I go get coffee with you? But he didn't. And real life, I say it changed my life. I genuinely say that interaction with him um changed my life. And I would think so I would strongly encourage you to find the person you want to be, whether that's professionally, personally, socially, anything like that. Find the person that you want to meet, want to be, and ask them to mentor you or just go hang out with them, and the mentorship will come. I didn't ask him to mentor me during our coffee when we went to go get coffee. Um he We just talked, and we ended up having, and he asked me about like how I felt about the profession and how I was going through school, and just where I was at and where I was dealing with, and I was just honest with him. And from that conversation, he became he became somebody that I really admire and I really look up to. He's amazing. I'm only not saying his name because I don't want y'all to figure out who he is, and I don't really want I don't know. I just feel weird about putting him out in the earth, out in the ether. But yeah, he's amazing.
Somebody at 25 and be like, man, I really want to be like them when I grow up. She was literally that woman. Everybody looked up to her. She was respected, loved, rich, poised, beautiful. But in her world, it wasn't all about her. It was actually all about her daughter. And that's how things had always been. That's what started this whole journey. Her daughter was her inspiration. So she took great care of her daughter, bought her a lot of nice things too, paid for her tuition, let her live at home. Her daughter meant so much to her, and she would do anything to protect her. One person that Ha really did not like was Anita's boyfriend. I mean, in the court records, they talk about how Ha was very upset one day when she caught Anita and her boyfriend in bed. Now, I'm not sure how old they were at the time, because Anita and her boyfriend dated for about 6 years. And at the time of the murders, Anita was 23 years old. So they'd been together since high school. Regardless, Ha did not like this. It was under her roof. She loves her daughter. She really didn't like this guy to begin with.
Okay, quick side note, quick side tangent. This actually reminds me of a story that I heard earlier today where a child was pissed off at her mom because her mom was like, if you like you and her boyfriend of like however like they had been together for a while, but they weren't married. She was in her early, maybe mid-20s, like she might have been 24. I feel like she was 23, but like, 24, 25, something like that. And her old boyfriend, who was a couple of years older than her, and her mother said, you guys can come over for the holidays, but if you guys come over and stay here, you guys have to sleep in separate rooms. I'm not letting y'all share a bed in my house. And like the internet was like, that's ridiculous. You're an adult and blah, 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 and you should be able to share a bed with your long-term significant other. And I was like, bro, no. Like, I don't know. And maybe it's because I grew up in a household that would never let that happen. Like, if I brought a significant other over and we weren't married, there's no way that my parents would let me share a bed with him. Like that just wouldn't happen. I wouldn't even ask because I just know they were gonna say no. But like she didn't come home for Christmas because of this, and I was just like, that just feels very like a lot to do. But the point of me bringing up that story is I just feel like it is disrespectful to, like, I feel like it's personally disrespectful to bring your significant other into your parents' household and sleep in the same bed with them. I do. Like, I just, especially if you're not married, if you're not married, I don't think it's cool. And I definitely don't think that you should be, engaging in, the premarital sumo wrestling, as I've heard it called before, when at your parents' house. And maybe it's because I couldn't imagine. Nothing about that feels sexy to me. Nothing about that feels like something I actually want to engage in. But, to each his own. I don't kink shame. I don't judge. You do you, boo. But would never be me. Would never be me. And I just don't think you should be doing that at your parents' house if you're not married. I just don't.
And it was disrespectful. How you gonna come into my house, hanging out with my daughter, and do this under my roof? To her, it just screamed disrespect, and she didn't.
And I agree. Full stop. I agree. I do think it's disrespectful.
Not like him from that day. It created a lot of hostility between Anita, Ha, and her boyfriend. But she didn't care. She loved him. She really cared about him. They'd met in high school. They started dating all through college. And he was always there for her, even though it was a tumultuous relationship. Except
tumultuous how?
When Anita had suspicions that he had started cheating. Even though she wasn't able to exactly prove it or catch him in the act, her hunch was enough. And she probably talked to her mom about it too, but Ha's a little biased at this point.
Say, we can't trust.
But Anita comes to the decision.
Say, you can't trust your mama if you're like, I want to get a reading on if he's cheating on me. Your mama's gonna say yes. Your mama's gonna say yes off rip for sure. You cannot trust her in that scenario. She doesn't like him. This reminds you can't. Why do you ask people? Why do you ask for people's help who don't like the person that you're asking for the help about? I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all. Again, I'm not saying she did that. But if she did, if she went to her mom and was like, can you do a reading on me and on my relationship with my boyfriend? She's not going to give you a positive reading. I just don't have faith. I don't have faith in her giving you a positive reading. I don't. I don't.
And says, you know what? I'm going to break it off with him. I can't do this anymore. So after 6 long years, their relationship comes to an end. But he's not okay with this. He says he didn't cheat. He says, you're the woman for me. He says, you're the only person that I care about. I can't live without you. Another person that was pretty high on the suspect list
Baby,
was one of Ha Smith's clients. Because honestly,
baby, please don't leave. Baby, please. I want to know. You said the relationship was tumultuous. I want to know tumultuous how. Are we talking abuse tumultuous? Because if it's abuse tumultuous, then yeah, of course, get out, leave, run the other way, and maybe get a restraining order. But like, if it's, you know, he may or may not be cheating on me tumultuous. He's sleeping with other women tumultuous. Like, we could probably, maybe, possibly, depends on how much therapy he's willing to go to. We might be able to work through that.
Honestly, she was a little weird. People always felt as though she came off as jealous of Ha. This lady's name is Tanya, and she would come to Ha for a very specific thing. See, in Vietnamese culture, it's very common for people to go for like love readings or consult on personal life matters and even business. So
okay. Thank you, Bose. Because that's what I thought. I was like, this feels like a cultural thing. This feels cultural. So like, yeah, of course it's gonna mean something because it's cultural. It's culturally significant. Okay.
For business advice. She owned a lingerie store in Southern California, and she wanted her business to thrive even more. She'd been operating it since the late 90s, and she was doing it with her husband. It was doing pretty okay, but she wanted the life that Ha had. So even though there was kind of like this odd tension or jealousy, you know, Ha was not intimidated because Tanya was showing up. She wasn't being too weird in her presence. She was paying the money, and she had good advice to give her. Tanya was a repeat customer. She really, really, really wanted her business to prosper, and she also had some personal life stuff that she was interested in too. Tanya trusted Ha. Everyone trusted Ha. One of the things that she was known for was having very, very, very strong morals. Because even though she was kind of able to make things happen, instill the confidence in people for them to move forward and get the life that they wanted, she would never put anything in place that would harm another person, even if her customer really wanted it. So people trusted her. Tanya trusted her. I mean, the amount of clients she had daily paying thousands of dollars, this woman was very talented.
And then also it does sound like too, so it sounds like she also has morals. And unfortunately, sometimes you having morals is like the worst thing to somebody else. And like, people will happily question your morals and want you to do things that go against your beliefs if it means that they will benefit. So that sucks that she had high morals, and it seems like that's going to be what's going to end up hurting her.
One of the big things that Tanya Nelson wanted consulting on was how to make her business thrive. Things had kind of slowed down in Southern California, and she suggested North Carolina. Tanya did. Honestly, I don't know what she thought, because like, I'm thinking about a laundry store somewhere near San Diego in the late 90s. It's probably popping. It just seems like it makes a little more sense out there. If you go to North Carolina, I'm sure there's a lot less lingerie stores, but as a person from Southern Virginia, we had about maybe one lingerie store within 100 miles. And we, look, in Virginia, we ain't thinking about being sexy. For who?
I was just about to say this. Like, I grew up in Georgia. I grew up 30 minutes south of Atlanta. So like, even Atlanta has more lingerie stores, but like, something like the South and lingerie stores aren't like a thing, you know? That's like, people order their stuff in private. You know, they order it, get delivered to their house, and they pay extra for those services that don't put, you know, what the company name is on the box, you know? That's how they get down. That's how they get down here. So I don't think anybody's gonna walk into your store to buy your lingerie in the South anyways. The dirty South.
For who? It's not top of mind. And North Carolina is a little similar to Southern Virginia. I just don't see this doing that well. But Ha was a great businesswoman. Tanya Nelson was eating up everything she said. So when Tanya brings up North Carolina, Ha's like, I guess, yeah, you would have a little less competition because there were a lot of lingerie stores around, California where they lived. So, yeah, North Carolina. Ha kind of thinks about this. She thinks about the positives and the negatives, and she's giving her advice, and she's like, I support this. This is why I support it. I think it's a good idea because of this. Here's what you could possibly face as a risk. But overall, the positives seem a little more likely. Get out there. Go to North Carolina. It seems strange, right? That somebody would move all the way across the country for their lingerie business because a fortune teller that was highly respected advised them to. Tanya was hanging on every word. So she does it. She moves all the way across the country to North Carolina. She and her husband, they ran the business together, but they had been kind of having some problems over the years. I'm not entirely sure if it was financial, but running a business together with your significant other is difficult. But starting over in a new location, maybe. The new obstacles will bring them closer. But something unexpected happens. The business is a complete flop. One thing I didn't mention to you guys that I feel like, Tanya and Ha clearly talked about was it wasn't just a lingerie business. It was also an escort service that they were running out of the company. They had problems finding new clients under the table. They had problems selling.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's not going to fly here. That's not going to fly here. In North Carolina? Did she know? Did she know that you were also trying to get... I look so crazy with this little piece of hair across my forehead. Did she know, though, that you were running an escort service? Were these consensual? How much did the women get? I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna eat my grapes and mind my business.
Selling the lingerie. They tried recruiting girls that were coming in looking for lingerie, and the business was just a total flop. Tanya Nelson blamed Ha Smith for her declining financial status and her newly found failed business. This move was a complete waste of money. This new company was a complete waste of money. She barely even wanted to spend anything else on advice because so far everything had tanked. In fact, she started to get a lot more resentful that Ha was doing so well, living in this affluent neighborhood, wearing her fancy jewels, having everybody fawn all over her, while she's trapped in North Carolina trying to run an escort business that nobody wants to come to. And she's broke. She also attributed her being broke to Ha stealing her money, even though she gave it to her on her own accord. Now, there's another piece of the story that I found very interesting.
Sis. Okay. Let's talk. Let's talk. You and me. Hi. I'm Devin. She stole from you? She stole from you how? She stole from you how, mama? I would love to know. I would love to know. Well. Mm-mm. It's always crazy to me how like things don't go people's way and then all of a sudden you stole from them. Or you took their livelihood. Like, ma'am, you run a business. Like, stuff happens.
Remember when I said that it was a little odd for her to just move all the way across the country to start this lingerie business? And do you remember when I said that she and her husband were having issues prior to this? Well, actually, it was because Tanya Nelson was having an affair with her brother-in-law. She was not only having a long-term affair
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So you in here. So you're out here ruining two relationships. Yours and your brother-in-law's. And I'm assuming he's married. I don't actually know. But you have the audacity to blame somebody else for your problems? It's everybody else's fault when you're actively cheating on your husband? Miss Ma'am. Miss Ma'am.
With her husband's brother, but she was in love with him. And oh, it gets worse. She wasn't just in love with him, she was obsessed with him. It's gonna keep getting worse. She wasn't just obsessed with him, he didn't want anything to do with her. And not only did he not want anything to do with her, but he moved across the country to North Carolina to get away from her. And what did she do? Tanya Nelson was the type of person to cheat on her husband.
Whoa. Whoa. I excuse me, I'm sorry. Wow. Wow. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I think we have somebody in the live stream. Hi. Good to see you. Thanks for joining me. We're doing my hair. So we're doing some boho braids. We're like almost halfway done. We're almost halfway done. But wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
With his brother, and then follow his brother all the way across the country because she thought she was so in love with him. So Tanya wasn't just spending money on business advice. She was also trying to get Ha Smith to cast love spells on him. And she was very, very angry when Ha, because of her high morals, wouldn't do it. Tanya was spending thousands of dollars of she and her husband's money getting advice on how to get his brother back. And after several sessions, eventually Ha tells her, girl, you need to move on. It's weird, it's unfaithful, and I will not be participating. I would assume that Tanya felt a little bit judged as well when Ha Smith told her, go away. This is also why she was so resentful about how much money she had spent. It was in the tens of thousands of dollars. She either wanted this relationship to work so she could leave her husband for his brother, or she wanted her fucking money back. She was over listening to Ha Smith's advice, and she decided to take things into her own hands. She wanted to meet up with her ex-lover, husband's brother, again. He didn't want to meet up with her. He couldn't believe that she had followed him across the country to North Carolina. And on top of that, he had a new girlfriend. After Tanya badgering him over and over and over.
And he moved on? Oh, yeah, baby, no. This is not. Dang it. This is not going to be good. Hey, oh, no, but no. Get back. Get back, baby. You can't have your toy over here. It's going to get stuck in the hair. Get back. Get back. You were doing good before. You gotta go over there. Go. No. Sit. Good boy. Okay. Go to bed. Go to bed. I don't want that in my hair. Hey, I told you I don't want that in my hair. Go to bed. Good boy. No. Go to bed. Ow, that hurt. That Thank you. Good boy. Thank you. Sorry. Atreus. Stop trying to play in the hair. I have to put this on my head. Good boy. There you go. Good boy.
Over again to me. He finally says, okay, all right, let's meet somewhere in public, somewhere in a parking lot. And what he didn't tell her was he was bringing his new girlfriend. Now, look, I get it, because if I was a new girlfriend,
No! Why would he bring the new girl? I dropped my mouse. Not he bringing his new girl. Oh my god, this is not gonna go well. This is not gonna go well at all. This is gonna be very bad. This is gonna be very bad. This is kind of like, you ever had something happen and it makes your stomach hurt? This is kind of making my stomach hurt a little bit.
I'd be like, I need to go too, because we need to show this crazy bitch what's up. And like, I say that, but like, you really don't, sometimes you don't know how crazy the ex is, okay?
Girl,
you really don't know. Well, when Tanya sees them together and also sees that he doesn't want to work things out, she had high hopes. Like, oh, he's actually seeing me. Well, maybe I can convince him, to move forward with something. He tells her no, he's not interested. That's not what he wants. Well, Tanya brought a gun, but on that night, she didn't shoot him. Okay. She didn't just brandish the weapon. She didn't shoot his girlfriend. She pistol whipped the man. She literally got up in his face and she pistol whipped him. Whenever I hear about people pistol whipping somebody in a story, that is some of the most gangster shit that I ever heard. I'm like, yeah. What did you see this in a movie? Like, are you not afraid the gun is gonna go off? I can't believe it. So they got out of there. They said, okay, we're not gonna file any police reports. We're not gonna do nothing. We just need to get out of here. She's fucking crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if dude was thinking about moving again, and this time he's not gonna tell nobody where he's going. Tanya is out of options at this point. She feels as though Haas Smith has lied to her, taken her money. Also, the man that she's in love with is with another woman and doesn't want anything to do with her. Never mind the fact she's married. This woman is unhinged. She feels jealous.
I agree. And this is what's always wild to me, is like, people will be cheating on their significant other and then have the audacity to get mad when that other person like moves on. Like, what? Are you for real? Like, you're cheating. You're cheating. You clearly don't care about me. You're cheating. So like, what do you do? And then like, for you to somehow think that you're the victim because he's moved on, because he's decided that he doesn't want to betray his brother anymore. Which still, if he never told his brother that he was sleeping with you, he's still gross too. Grimy, sir. You slept with your brother's wife. Grimy. Okay, I'm not giving you a pass. But also, like, you're not a victim. You did this. Like, you initiated the cheating. Ooh, child. People make me sick sometimes. I can't even lie to y'all. Ooh. I'm gonna start the video again in a second, but I want to finish this because at least we'll take it back. I don't want to finish it. I want to get it to a point where I don't have to like crank my neck to the side to get it done. Cause look, I save a lot of money doing my hair myself, but it is not for the faint of heart, y'all. And my hands be cramped up. My neck be hurting. It's a process. But process that we do. Nonetheless. All right, let's go.
Of Ha, the fortune teller, and all of her riches, she also feels jealous of her ex-lover's new girlfriend. The anger, the insecurity, the rage,
entitlement.
it was just building inside, and she was completely out of options. Tanya decides to lean on somebody else. It's a guy named Felipe Zamora. He's about 55 years old, and he'd been in the shop before. And, you know, Tanya likes to try to recruit people for the things that she's doing in the shop. She'd actually recruited Felipe's wife for some work. So that's kind of how they knew each other. She leaned on him a bit about the situation, and he doesn't really want anything to do with it. In fact, Felipe didn't even speak English. At the trial, he had to have a translator the entire time. He doesn't really know Tanya that well, doesn't really want to be involved, can't really comprehend a whole lot of the situation. All he hears is her being angry.
Do you know the U.S. Solar Company's nasty little secret? It turns out if you live in Florida, they
I don't care.
And him not being receptive to her problems, I think, made her feel even more upset. One thing that Tanya knew about him
the man
was
doesn't speak
he was
English.
Married and had children.
The man doesn't speak English, and I'm sure he doesn't. Well, I'm not sure. The man doesn't speak English. I have no idea what language he does speak, but I'm assuming she brought up this is Vietnamese culture, so maybe he doesn't speak Vietnamese. So it's like you're mad at this man because he doesn't understand you, because he literally doesn't understand what you're saying. Are you like what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? This is why people need to go to therapy. This is why people need to go to therapy. Go deal with your problems in therapy. Don't hurt nobody else.
Children, he was leading a little bit of a double life. Felipe was in the closet. And he was sometimes having relationships with different guys that he liked. And Tanya knew this. Now, Tanya...
Don't tell... Oh, Bose, don't tell me she gonna try to blackmail him and try to out him. Poor thing. That's another thing too, man. It's like, that's another, like, you can't... This is why it's also, like, it's bad to, like, force like this hetero like just forcing hetero relationships as like as the only normal relationship, which is why it's so bad, because you have like people who like who are bisexual or gay or pansexual or just like anyone on the spectrum, and they're like getting into these hetero relationships where they're unsatisfied, unhappy, and they're like cheating on their significant others to fulfill like the needs that actually matter to them, or that are actually like are what they want. So then it ends up hurting other people because other people have forced onto them that the only normal relationship is a hetero relationship. And that's so annoying to me because it hurts other people. It hurts people long term. Like it sucks. Ugh. And I swear to God, I have a feeling, because baby girl obviously has no self-respect, has no respect for other people. I'm sure she was about to be like, well, if you don't go kill these two people, then I'm going to tell everybody that you're gay. And would not surprise me in the slightest.
In one way, use this against him in a very sick way. And she tells Felipe, I need you to help me. I need you to help me kill this lady that owes this money to me.
She don't owe you.
Don't do it.
I have a feeling I know what she's about to say, but she don't owe you no money. You paid her, and you knew her morals, and you knew her standards, and she told you that I'm not doing this with you. She told you. She don't owe you no money. She don't owe you nothing. She owes you Nathan nor Nathaniel. Okay, stop it. Stop it. Okay, I'm going to finish this out, and then next time Bose takes a break, I need to take a moment to readjust and organize my hair on my rack over here.
I'm going to out you as a homosexual. And also, if you do it, then I will find you guys that you like that you can be with. Now, I don't know how Felipe felt about all of this as a whole. I will say later at the trial, he was incredibly tearful. He seemed very sad and very taken advantage of that all of this had happened. Through intimidation, he agrees, and that is when Tanya comes up with the plan. Even though they're in North Carolina, they plan to fly all the way out to Orange County to Ha Smith's house for a fortune telling. She knows her pretty well. She agrees. Part of this to me kind of seems like it's her setting up an alibi. Oh no, I was in North Carolina. This is in the early 2000s when people thought that you couldn't track anything. Like, of course, we have footage of you at the airport. Of course, we can see that you booked the flight at this time. But she thinks she's smart. On April 21st, 2005, Zamora and Nelson head all the way to Orange County to have a reading by Ha Smith. Of course, Ha has done this for Nelson many, many times. She trusts her, she wants to help her, and she claims that she has the cash. So they arrive, and Ha Smith lets her into the house. When they get inside, Ha Smith asks Felipe Zamora to sit in the living room type of area in the front of the house, and Tanya and Ha go to the back of the room for the reading. Tanya instructs Zamora to follow them when they go into the kitchen before they go in the back for the reading. During Felipe Zamora's testimony, he said in his own words what all happened that day. When they entered the kitchen and they walked in, he was almost kind of shy, nervous, but Tanya was calling all of the shots. While they are right in front of Ha, she yells, "Get the knife, get the knife." Zamora follows instructions. He gets the knife. She starts saying, "Kill her, kill her." And this is all happening really fast. So all Ha can do is start to scream. And he stabs her. They don't realize that Anita Vo, her daughter, is in the house at this time. And Felipe Zamora says that she just kept screaming and she just kept screaming and he wanted her to stop. And so he kept stabbing her and he kept stabbing her more aggressively just to try to make her stop screaming because he said it was upsetting him. When he was talking to the jury, he said, "It happens."
Now, please understand, I do feel bad for him. I do, because he was taken advantage of. But it was upsetting you, and instead of not stabbing her, instead of running away, you continued to stab her. Like, dude, like, man.
So quickly. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want her to scream. Probably because Ha's screaming was letting him know exactly what he was doing. He was stabbing somebody to death and taking their life. While this is happening, Anita comes out of her room to see what all the screaming is about. And Tanya grabs another knife and starts stabbing her as well. During this process,
Hey, I see that we have another visitor. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Leave me a chat if you want to talk or say anything. Thanks for stopping by. We're still doing my hair. So we're doing a mismatch of like the boho braids. So we're doing some color on me today. I haven't been blonde in a very long time. But yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're just watching some videos while we're doing it. Oh, this case? Yeah, it's wild. This case is absolutely wild.
they don't kill the two women. They're still alive. And as they lay bleeding out in their own home, Zamora and Tanya begin to rob the house. They take jewelry, they take bags, they take credit cards, they take whatever they can find. Little did they know that hidden in the vacuum cleaner was almost $500,000 in cash.
Oh my God.
They never found that. But they took hundreds and thousands of dollars of luxury items from the house and all of her credit cards. They stacked up all of their items, and then Tanya went and took a shower. While she was taking a shower, Felipe starts to ransack the whole house, just opening up drawers.
Okay, hold on. So you're telling me that you killed this woman and her child, and then you showered in her home after you stole all of her things. What are you talking about? What are you actually talking about? I just like the people sometimes. I sometimes hate people because why would you do this? Like, why on earth would you do this?
Throwing papers everywhere. And a lot of times, killers will do this and try to make it look like a burglary. But by all accounts, this was a murder and a burglary. It was real. Things were actually taken from the home. Sometimes when people commit a personal murder, they'll try to stage it as a burglary by opening up cabinets and throwing papers everywhere. But officers will come in and all of the expensive items will still be there. Laptops, jewelry, wallet, everything. Well, then they realize, well, wait, this isn't actually a burglary. It's a murder. They take everything, they get out of the house, and then they go to a Walmart and they purchase a gallon of white paint. They go back to the scene of the crime and
Okay, I need to lay out some more hair so I can finish doing my hair. I'm gonna turn off my camera for a little bit. I'm still here, so will still be talking and I'll still be reacting to the video, but I am gonna turn off my camera. So, Sisters Cakes, if you're still around, thanks for tuning in to the live stream. I really appreciate it. I'll be right back.
they take the paint and they pour it all over Anita and Ha's face and hands. They leave and they fly out on a plane pretty much that same day.
Of course, YouTube wants to play an ad as soon as I walk away from it. That's crazy.
Well, the very next day, on April 22nd, Zamora and Tanya are already back at home in North Carolina. It hasn't even been 24 hours, but, you know, they feel like their alibi is pretty solid. They never left North Carolina. That's exactly what they planned to say. Well, remember I told you earlier about Anita's very persistent boyfriend? He had tried to call her several times that day, and she didn't answer. Even though they weren't on good terms, she usually still answered. He gets very concerned and he asks the police to go and check on her. He is actually the one that called 911. And that is when the investigators came in to the grisly and also confusing scene. There was a mixture of paint and blood everywhere. They had no idea what this meant or why this crime happened. They left Ha Smith face down in the kitchen where she had been stabbed frantically in the hands, the neck, the face. It was really like Zamora said, like somebody was like, stop screaming and just stabbing her all in her vitals, like above the shoulders, sometimes hitting her hands with defensive wounds. And then Anita was coming out of a room where her head was just barely outside of the door, covered in blood, covered in paint, with the same injuries that her mom had. They were both stabbed about 15 to 20 times. And like I said, these were not immediate killer wounds. They bled out slowly in their own homes, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were still alive when the killers returned to pour the paint all over them. The paint was really odd because it wasn't used to distort their features or make it difficult to identify them. The women were killed in their own home, but it was later suspected that it had something to do with the fact that often white is worn in Vietnam for funerals, and also in the spiritual world, they say that covering someone in white or white paint would make it difficult for their souls to find their bodies in the afterlife. In a way, this is incredibly malicious in life and in death. Tanya Nelson wanted them to have absolutely no peace. Anita's ex-boyfriend was questioned by police.
I needed to pop back on here just to say this. That's insane. That is so insane. That is absolutely. It's so disrespectful and it's so crazy that they did that. Because it's like, not only do I want you to suffer in life, I also want you to suffer in death. That's wild. Absolutely wild. I'm going to take a quick break to lay out some hair for myself and continue working on my pineapple up here, and I'll be right back. And I'll also be sure to turn on my mic so you guys can actually hear me. Sorry. um, sorry that break took a while. I'll be sure to put it in. I'll be sure to timestamp it in the replay. So let's get back into the video.
Right away. They had a weird history together. People knew that he had been pursuing her for a while. And also, he's the one that called 911. They also investigated the handyman because he had white paint on his boots. He also had strange cuts on his hands. And he had a spare key that led to their house. However, they tested the paint on his boots and they realized it wasn't the same paint. Couldn't have been him. The big lead comes in when Ha Smith's credit cards start getting used. I mean, these cards were being used on shopping sprees. They were used on a flight to Orange County. And also, they were used on a hotel. Now, when somebody's credit card gets stolen and investigated,
criminals are so stupid. You are so stupid. Why would you be using the credit card of a dead woman? Why? Why? What about that seemed like a good idea to you? I'm just curious. Obviously, you're stupid enough to kill somebody anyway, so I can't trust your source of judgment anyway. But what about using a dead woman's credit card was a good idea to you? I would just like to know. The hairstyle's gonna have to pivot a little bit because I don't think I have enough hair to finish it exactly how I want, but I think it'll still look good in the end. So that's why we're having to put it together right now. But it's okay. It's gonna look good. Promise it's gonna look good. And if it doesn't, I'm just gonna take it down.
investigators are trying to figure out who committed the crime, they don't freeze the credit card because they want to see where they're spending it, what time, and then check the security cameras. Well, lucky for them, of course, it was Tanya Nelson using the cards. And when she used Ha Smith's card to book a hotel room, she put the hotel room under her name, used Ha's card, and then put the hotel under Tanya Nelson. As soon as they figure out that she's booked this hotel, they still take a slow approach to arresting her. When the investigators knew her name, they bought tickets to get on her flight and sat right behind her on the plane, trying to see if she might talk about anything or say something about the case. They followed her for 3 days while she went on a high-end spending spree, collecting more information, showing more of her malice, using Ha Smith's card, and then they finally arrested her.
So the 8 Sleep is a pod cover that fits on a mattress like a fitted sheet, but it's temperature controlled, so it can...
On May 30th, 2005, they arrested her inside of the hotel, and that's when they found so many of Ha's personal belongings. Her credit cards, her jewelry, her identification cards. She was carrying all of this stuff with her. When they took her to the station and started interrogating her, Tanya immediately refused to speak to anybody without her attorney present. But behind the scenes, they were already collecting a few more clues.
That's the first smart thing she's done all episode. Is to not talk without your attorney present. I don't care how, because real life, I don't care how much police tell you you look suspicious if you don't tell us what happened. Girl, you have rights for a reason. You got to use them. And they only work if you actually use them.
Back at home, they found Tanya Nelson's calendar, and something was really strange. On the day of the murders, Tanya had written on her calendar the words, "horrible sin." On top of that, they looked at more of her spending records on her own credit card, and they found that a plane ticket had been purchased from North Carolina to Orange County, not only for her, but for a guy named Felipe Zamora. They arrested him on June 1st, 2005, and he was riddled with so much guilt, he didn't know what to do. He didn't want to be involved in this in the first place. I mean, not to let him off easy from the crime. He was the first person to stab Ha practically to death. He still did it. But he could not handle the 5.5-hour interrogation, and he slowly started to give investigators all of the information that he had. At the scene of the crime, somebody had left a bloodied footprint in the house. It didn't match Anita's ex-boyfriend. It didn't match the handyman's, but it did perfectly match Zamora's footprint. Also, they found his DNA on the knife that was used in the stabbing. At the trial, Felipe Zamora testified against Tanya Nelson. Obviously. I mean, they both committed the crime, but as you guys know, especially if you've watched a lot of the true crime cases, the person that orchestrated the murder always gets the harshest sentence. Sometimes people will plan a murder, and even though they don't actually physically commit the act, they just bring other people into it. We are of the opinion that if this person didn't plan this or bring these people into it, then the murder would not have happened. These people would still be alive. Felipe Zamora would not have flown to Orange County and murdered Ha Smith and Anita Vo if it wasn't for Tanya Nelson. After 1 day of deliberating, the jury came back and they recommended death for Tanya Nelson. In Felipe's trial, he pled guilty to 2 counts of murder, and he was given 20.
Whoa. They said, girl, you gotta go. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. I've never seen somebody God, I messed my hair up. I've never seen somebody get recommended a sentence of death when they conspire to commit murder. That's wild. Oof.
27 years, also in exchange for his testimony against Tanya.
Wait,
because
how many?
In Felipe's trial, he pled guilty to 2 counts of murder, and he was given 27 years, also in exchange for his testimony against Tanya, because he knew everything. The judge agreed with the jury, and he sentenced Tanya Nelson to death in 2010. She still sits on death row to this day.
Babe, this cross.
Interesting. That was a good episode. I really enjoyed that. I had not heard that case. And again, I really like the way that Bose does her storytelling. But yeah, that's just insanity, man. I just don't understand people. I just don't. Like, I don't understand why you think that you're smart enough to get away with a murder and then you do literally nothing but stupid things to um afterwards. Like, are you sure you're trying to cover your tracks? Because it's not looking like it. Not looking like it at all. But, alrighty. What are we watching next? Let's see. Trying to, like, I actually do watch a lot of reaction content. I'm trying to not do reactions because I don't think I should react to a reaction. You know what I mean? Is that too meta? I've seen that episode before. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go over here and try to see what do I want to watch. Ooh, Natalie Lawyer Chick is going live. Oh, in 30 minutes. Should I just end my stream so I can watch that video? I love Natalie Lawyer Chick, and I am actually, I've never said this on YouTube, I'm actually blessed enough to work for Natalie Lawyer Chick. I have been doing a lot of her editing for the last probably 3 months, and mostly on her shorts, since she doesn't do a lot of stagnant videos. She mostly streams. So I've been doing a lot of shorts recaps of streams and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's been so great to work with Natalie. She's amazing. I adore her as a human being. She's great. So let's see. What we got going on here? Ooh, there's a new swoop video. There's a new swoop video. Should we do swoop? I feel like we should do swoop. And I think I'm gonna do swoop. Uh-oh. We got cinematic. Hold on now. I want y'all to see this. Baby girl, swoop coming through with the cinematography per usual, which also we turned to purple. The wig is now purple. And I think I love this. But also, so this TikToker faked cancer for money and got arrested instead. So I am a little familiar with this case, not much, but I already know Swoop is about to get me in order. I already know she is. Love it. But yeah, I gotta show y'all the cinematography she was coming in with. Hold on. I feel that. I feel that. I feel that. Okay, can't wait.
Hi there, hello friends, my name is Swoop and welcome to the Sus Pool, the place where everything and everyone is sus, maybe even us. Come on in, the water's fine. Dude, okay, so this is...
Okay, editing! Oh, I love it. I love Swoop so much. She's such a phenomenal woman. Like, I love her. Love her. Oh, this is actually the one time, like, I'm actually not wearing her merch. I basically live in Petty University merch. So this is also a rare occurrence of me not wearing it, but next time I'll come correct. I'll be sure to show up to class in my uniform next time.
This is the second ever video on this new second channel, and I have to say, we're already at 95,000 subscribers here. Y'all, that is so wild. I am so honored to have you all here. Thank you so much for riding with me. We have some amazing things coming soon to this channel as well as my main channel, so please allow me like one more slightly robust intro for this second video ever here, and then it will be shorter intros in the future, okay? Yay. If you found down this channel from my main channel, Swoop. Hi, welcome. This is kind of like a safe space where Auntie Swoop can rest her damn brain, okay? Together we can be a little more relaxed with some stories than we are on my main Swoop channel. You know, over there, my aim is for extensive documentary deep dives where I wear my thorough bitch hair and really try to sink my teeth into the stories with thorough investigations done by me and my team. The cesspool, though, the cesspool, yeah, she a scoundrel. She hit different, you know what I mean? This is where I want to like, you know, a little bit and talk about some of the grifters, con artists, slime bags, slime sack of grifter ball bags. I can cover those stories more succinctly and quickly here doing real-time research with all of you. You get a little insight into my process of how I start to approach things when I'm doing the full investigative deep dives. There's actually a lot that goes on behind the scenes on my main channel, like a lot of red tape. You would be quite surprised. Legal stuff, a lot of redaction of info we have to constantly navigate. That's, oh man, that's, yeah, things I have to keep private to keep witnesses safe. It is a lot to balance, and there's no complaints here. It's very fulfilling work for me as a human trying to contribute quality over quantity, which is why I spend a lot longer time. I don't post quite as often over there, but you know, all I can do is hope that it maybe helps someone along the way. Honestly, y'all, I'm still figuring this new channel out, so let me know in the comments what you'd like to see. I'd like this to be more interactive with all of you, and yes, I did hear you. I am looking into doing a full Dance Moms doc on my main channel if the platform will let me do that, so stay tuned. Actually, I wanted to ask, would y'all be into some weird, spooky, bizarre, mind-bending mystery? Let me know in the comments as well. That's something I've been thinking.
Yes. Yes. Full end of conversation. Yes. Do it, do it, do it. So, because if the intro is just the sneak peek of how this is going to go down, I'm here for it. I'm all the way here for it. Love it. Okay.
About for like over a year now being able to do. So with that, there is a brand new doc that is coming to my main channel in a couple of days from now. It'll be probably Monday or Tuesday, and it's on a very highly requested topic. Y'all have been asking me for weeks to cover this, and so it is coming, as well as the fall winter holiday apparel collection. I cannot wait for y'all to see this collection. It is honestly my favorite one that I've done, so I cannot wait for you to see that. I will be launching the new collection in the new Swoop doc on my main channel. If you're not subscribed there, it'll be linked down below and probably in the pinned comment as well. Okay, thanks for entertaining my long intro one more time. Let's get to today's story and dive into the cesspool.
Shop Black Friday at Michael's now.
I don't want to shop Black Friday at Michael's.
Hurry, shop these deals today.
Life is a journey, and you're closer than you think. Santa is here to guide you.
So, did y'all catch the recent update on Maddie Russo? No? Yes? No? Okay, well, for those of you who don't know, this is Maddie Russo. Yes, Maddie Russo, a TikToker who graduated from North Scott High School in Iowa back in 2021 with a 4.0 GPA, well, way to go, who became infamous on TikTok after clips like these started going viral. And now that I think about it, getting a 4.0 GPA really does not indicate if someone's going to make smart decisions with things that they do. Okay, I don't know. Okay, yeah, let's keep going.
My name is Maddie Russo, and this is my story. So, when my older brother Tyler turned 18 years old, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, which is a chronic autoimmune disease where the pancreas no longer produces insulin on its own. With this being said, I was also tested to see if I would develop type 1 diabetes and see if I was positive for any of the antibodies. So when the test came back, I ended up being positive for all 5 out of 5 antibodies.
Now, if you know, you know, but even if you don't know, here is some backstory. Even as far back as when she graduated high school, there was a lot of ink being spilt in Maddie's local news media that she was somebody living with stage 2 pancreatic cancer at the age of 19, which is something she allegedly discovered after being diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Now, first of all, I mean this with every fiber of my being, cancer. Just full stop, off. Literally, cancer can and should get cancer and die. Okay, now back to the story. Over time, Maddie used the notoriety that she received as a teenage cancer survivor to make TikToks like these.
So it's my week off chemo, so I've just been doing radiation. However, I've kind of came down with this fever. It's been really weird because I don't feel like sick. I don't really have like a cold or like sore throat, any of the other symptoms.
And like she even managed to leverage her status into professional speaking engagements with places like the National Pancreas Foundation or Project Purple, which is a pancreatic cancer organization. She was a guest speaker at St. Ambrose University. All of this public goodwill resulted in Maddie creating a GoFundMe that managed to raise nearly $38,000 in her fight against pancreatic cancer. Now, people really loved and supported this girl, and I mean, like why wouldn't you? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, she was a teenager living with stage 2 pancreatic cancer, allegedly. Now, if you really aren't familiar with this story, you probably think I am being mean by dropping allegedly in here. Except,
I have to share this with you guys. What? One of my friends just sent me this news article from her hometown. This girl right here, her name is Maddie Russo. She's 19 years old, and this is her GoFundMe, Maddie's Fight Against Pancreatic Cancer, $37,000 raised so far. This is the report for her arrest. She was charged with theft when she received over $37,000 in donations for a false cancer claim.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Trust me, we're just getting warmed up here.
It says this process is not short, but years ahead. Yet she's still smiling even with feeding tubes and IV poles. Let me show you the pictures. Here's our girl with her feeding tube that's not primed. Looks like TPN. Let's go closer to her nose. Is that the end of the feeding tube? What is going on with that chest port? I am not a chemo nurse, but this doesn't look like a port.
Okay, I don't know if this person, I don't know who this person is on screen. When I say this person, I mean her. But I haven't like been deeply following this, but I've been like softly following it. I don't have TikTok, so I've been following it through YouTube. But I do know that like according to like I remember seeing people saying like her tubes aren't in the right spot. Like I remember other doctors were like on here saying that like her tubes aren't right. So it's like I don't know. Obviously I don't know anything about that. Like I don't know if they're right or wrong or whatever. I don't know how a feeding tube is supposed to look. I'm definitely not qualified to talk about that. But I do remember like hearing people say like that's weird. That shouldn't be like that if that was like how that was supposed to go. So, I don't know. But I do remember hearing this.
To me, the dressing is really screwed up. To me, it's giving G-Tube vibes. This was on her GoFundMe.
That was a video by a TikTok creator named Scrub Hacks, who is an RN, a registered nurse.
Okay,
Her content is so amusing and it's so insightful into that whole world and that profession. I highly recommend it if you're looking for someone to follow on TikTok. But she is not the person who exposed Maddie Russo, but she's one of the most like notable TikTokers who has discussed this like very, very, very early on in its iterations. I think obviously because of her medical background, I think that was really helpful. But to my knowledge, the people who actually did expose Maddie officially remain anonymous.
After learning last week that a football-sized tumor is attached to her spine, she's trying to make sense of what is going on. A football-sized tumor on your spine? She was given an 11% survival rate for 5 years.
So we're going to take it back a few months of this year. On January 23rd, 2023, Maddie was charged with theft by means of deception, which is a Class C felony. Now, class, you might be asking, what is a Class C felony? And I looked it up to find out that a Class C felony carries a potential sentence of up to 10 years in prison, at least in this state. This is according to Iowa State state law. Now, this is kind of wild to me. Dear old Maddie was pulled out of a class at St. Ambrose to be questioned and then arrested. Like, can you literally imagine you're in class with this girl who's become kind of famous for beating cancer, and then she's called out of class and arrested for faking cancer? Like, bitch, I don't even know why or how we got here in this world of this universe, but here we are, this is happening. So case in point, here's her mugshot. Like, I'm so curious, what do you think was going on in her mind right there? Like, what are those eyes saying? Like, is she just like, OMG, what's the big deal? All I did was fake having a horrific illness that millions of people suffer horribly from and grift $40,000 for it. Like, it's no big deal, whatever. I don't know why I slipped into that voice, but we're going with it. Now, according to the press release on her arrest, quote, subpoenas for medical records were obtained.
So we know exactly why you slipped into that voice, baby girl. We know because she's the type. Because she's the type. Because all she did was steal $40,000. Like, it's really not even that much. Like, why is everybody acting like that's such a big deal? Like, your parents just don't give you $40,000 when you ask for it. I'm a terrible person. Anywho.
Where it showed that Madison had never been diagnosed with any kind of cancer or tumor from any medical facilities within the Quad Cities or surrounding cities. Now, Eldridge police said in their press release, quote, witnesses who have medical experience who also wish to remain anonymous sat with the investigating officer on January 11th and pointed out many medical discrepancies found on her pictures posted on her social media sites. So by that press release, it sounds like medical people who know their anonymously went and were like, hey, can we talk? We need to talk about this. Now, police added, quote, it was discovered through investigation.
For a minute, girl, I want to see those records. oh, goodness gracious. This is why it's like, I don't get why people do this. Like, and maybe it's because it's like, I'm not good at lying. Like, I'm a decent liar. The problem is I don't remember the lie, right? And so then I'm like I'll get caught up. So it's like, there's no point in me lying because I won't remember what I said. Like, I'm just too honest of a person, like, naturally. So I'll be like, no, I didn't do that. What are you talking about? And it's like, Debbie, you already told me you did that. And I'd be like, oh, shoot. Ooh, now I can't get out of this. Dang. Like, so there's no point. There's no point in doing all this stuff. This is wild.
Investigation that's separate and apart from the medical discrepancies and from the GoFundMe page. Madison accepted private donations from other businesses, nonprofit organizations, school districts, and private citizens. The names of the victims will not be released at this time as we are still trying to collect the information from all victims. So she was literally like, hey, I'm just gonna like fake having one of the most horrific illnesses imaginable that so many people suffer for that should not have to suffer, and they do, and it's awful. I'm gonna just pretend to have that, set up a GoFundMe, but you know what? The GoFundMe's not gonna be enough for me. Nah, bitch, see, you know, I'm gonna have to have some nonprofits donating to me. I'm gonna have to have some private citizens perhaps dabble in the donations so that I can what? Really, like... Anyways, so the Scott County authorities also seized $33,000 from 3 different bank accounts belonging to Maddie and a family member. So they were just like, you know, just like snatched. They just saw the money and they're just like, it just snatched. Bop. And like, dude, you want to know what's so f***ed up? I mean, like, aside from this whole entire story. So the photos of Maddie.
Okay, before Swoop gets into her point that's effed up, my point where this is effed up is that this all started because she said that, based on that video, that her brother actually was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, which, if you don't know, like, type 1, it is very much a manageable disease. Like, it is manageable. I know plenty of people in my life who have type 1 diabetes and do just fine in life, but it can also be, like, you know, really scary. Like, I've had friends, like, go into shock and pass out, and we have to take them to the hospital, and it can be very serious, very, very serious. And so it's like, it really feels like to me that, like, you just wanted to, like, steal his like take attention away from him, if that makes sense. Like it's giving very attention hungry. It's giving attention hungry for sure. And I just don't get the point of doing that. Like I just don't understand.
At a hospital, those were actually taken at her apartment. LOL. Oh, and the whole hair loss thing. Well, hang on a second.
Wait a second. Because also, let's look at it. That's a ceiling fan. That's a ceiling fan. You couldn't at least crop out the photo. Like, where would this be a hospital? Like, hospitals don't have that. Like, why would this be a hospital? Like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Apartment. LOL. Oh, and the whole hair loss thing. Well, hang on a second. Here's Mad Maddie talking about how she kept her hair through chemo.
I wanted to share was how I've been keeping my hair during treatment with chemo and radiation. I think it's really been helping because it's like unmedicated. So here's the packaging of that. You just order it online. It comes with like a 3-month supply. I started this right away when I started treatment. And then soon after treatment, my mom found this. It's biotin with collagen and keratin.
Wait, you mean just some generic Rogaine and biotin? That was, wow, just why the haven't you told everyone this? You mean all of these people legitimately battling illness, since many of them fighting for their lives, could have just kept their hair if they just did that? The idea of somebody legitimately fighting illness and seeing a post like this and not knowing it's a lie, and then having this false sense of hope that that might be some like simple solution, pisses me off so much. But you know, she later posted a photo of her.
I agree, Swoop, because that's another thing too. It's like, why would you hurt people like this? Like, I had a cousin. I almost called her my aunt. She's not my aunt. She's an older cousin. But I had a cousin pass away from breast cancer within the last month. Like, and it wreaks havoc on people's families, on people's bodies. It is a awful, horrific illness. And I know multiple people who have suffered from and are suffering from cancer currently. And for you to do this is some of the most disrespectful stuff I've ever seen. And I'm gonna keep it cute and just say disrespectful and leave it there. Because I'm not about to do this.
Her hair loss. Let me pull that up real quick. Oh, right. Okay. So you just like took a couple of inches off the bottom. Is that what I'm understanding here? I mean, if she hadn't dampened her hair before cutting it, we might not have seen the scissor line. So obviously, but okay, yeah, fantastic, amazing, wonderful, incredible, awesome.
Talented, brilliant, incredible, amazing, show-stopping, spectacular, never the same. Put it in a blender, shit on it, vomit on it, eat it, give birth to it.
Now, some of the photos Maddie used were stolen from other cancer patients directly. I cannot think of something more fucking disgusting. Like, I'm just like, what in the actual whole grain, gluten-free, do not pass go, do not collect $200, bitch, straight to jail for you. Like, I'm saying phrases and I'm kind of laughing sometimes throughout this because I'm so pissed. Like, the story is so vile to me. But yeah, let's take a little bit of a deeper look.
This is the photo Maddie used on her social media. This is the actual photo that she took and stole and decided to use on her own social media.
Oh, can you... Oh, I am in a rage.
But also, why would you think that people would just, like, why would you think that nobody would be able to pull that together? You thought nobody was going to be like, that looks a lot like the person I know who is actually suffering. That looks a lot like their post. Why would you do this? On top of the fact of why you would do it at all, but like also why would you do it and think you wouldn't be caught? Like, what is wrong with you?
Y'all see how frizzy my hair is getting? That's how. Oh, I just holy fall back. Okay, I don't even.
Bro, like, nah, she was genuine. That was genuine. She was so pissed. I've done that before too. Y'all ever get so mad that you just like You just ramble. You just like say whatever comes to your head. That's a level of anger right there. I feel it. I understand. I've been there.
Literally, there are just no words. Like there's actually no words. This face says it all, okay? This is the face that everyone should have in regards to looking at these photos side by side, because wow.
This is a photo she took and used on her social media, drained from chemo era. That literally, I want to slap her.
Oh my gosh, if you slap, then this might be the first time that I co-sign, allegedly. Okay, please don't go slapping people, but listen, in a parallel universe where Swoop's like, yeah, okay, we should be slapping some people upside the head.
I love it. Right. In a parallel universe, I'm not telling you to go slap a hoe. But if I could tell you to slap a hoe, you could slap a hoe. Oh, there's my mental health tip for the day. Alexa, stop. Thank you.
This might be one of those opportunities. Wow.
On your right is the photo she stole and put on her own social media about her getting blood. On the left is the actual photo.
Y'all. See, like when you look at just these side by sides, it just makes this story so much more. Okay, the suspool, just.
It's so insidious.
Clearly, this girl does not know about Google reverse image searches.
Listen, Miss RN over here coming with the medical facts and the Google reverse image facts. Yes. Now, as you can see, some of the photos she seemed to stage and some she just flat out stole. That one where she was drained from chemo, yeah, that ain't Maddie at all. That was actually stolen from an Instagram public page belonging to an actual cancer survivor named Jessica. According to KWQC, Jessica, who was in recovery after being diagnosed with ovarian cancer at the age of 20, my gosh, had never met Maddie and felt violated. Quote, I was shocked to find out someone used my images falsely for their personal gain. Survivorship is very difficult emotionally, and this really hit me hard. I was very vulnerable, and she exploited that. I feel violated. I'm so offended that she used me and others and allegedly lied about cancer. It also appears that she gave out false information and hope about how she saved her hair during treatment. Cancer patients are vulnerable, and if someone is online claiming good results, they might try it not knowing it's a lie. What she is accused of doing is so hurtful and offensive to anyone that went through cancer. And I obviously couldn't say it any better myself, because this doesn't affect me in the same way that it does Jessica. But, just a side note, I lost someone very special to me to cancer. And if I found out that someone was using photos of them to grift like this, I would do something that I'm not allowed to say on the platform. So,
period. Because I would end up in jail. Prison even. So no, I completely agree. It's just disgusting. It's so freaking disgusting.
So, standing ovation to Jessica for beating the shite out of cancer and speaking out. You are a true, true warrior. Now, remember how there was the whole GoFundMe grift element to this story? Well, GoFundMe issued a statement saying, quote, GoFundMe has a zero tolerance policy for misuse of our platform and cooperates with law enforcement investigations of those accused of wrongdoing. All donors have been refunded and we have removed this fundraiser. The organizer has also been banned from using the platform for any future fundraisers. GoFundMe's Giving Guarantee offers a full refund in the rare cases when something isn't right. This is the first and only donor protection guaranteed in the fundraising industry. So with all of that context in mind and the fact that most of Maddie's original TikToks now obviously don't exist, let's look at another one of Scrub Hack's TikToks.
This girl Amanda sent me this private message between her and Maddie. So Amanda had a lump on her breast and had said something on social media about it. This was Maddie's response to her. Praying for you, girl. I know it's so scary and fearful.
I know. It's so scary. You don't know. And you should be thankful for that. Right. That's what really pisses me off is why would you pretend to have something so awful? Why would you do that? Why? Why would you do that? and then you act like you understand it.
And then down here, if you do get the dreaded C word and want to talk, I am here.
Want to talk.
Bro.
What you gonna talk about, Maddie? How to grift on GoFundMe for something you don't have? Is that what you're...
This is the girl we should be talking about. Her name is Charlie. This is her family. She actually did pass away from cancer. And apparently she had talked to Maddie to get her through her own cancer. That wasn't real.
No. Oh, no. Oh,
it's just heartbreaking. Like, it's honestly so heartbreaking. And I hope this, I don't know if this is going to sound weird. I hope that Charlie never found out about Maddie. That's what I hope. And I hope that Charlie's family never finds out about Maddie.
Thoughts and prayers go out to this family. My thoughts and prayers go out to Maddie's family, especially if they didn't know.
Oh my gosh, that's a really good point, right? What if Maddie's family just honestly didn't know and they're just didn't know that Maddie was lying about all of this and genuinely thought somehow that she was really sick? Can you imagine them going through that stress for no reason?
Here's the picture with her port again. The picture with her port in a new spot. Got a new little friend this week, a central line. Not sure how I feel about it. I wouldn't know either with a fake central line.
I'm telling you, follow her TikTok account. It's really entertaining. She's really entertaining and very insightful as well.
I'm wondering if this is actually her.
It's steakmas season at Outback Steakhouse, where we deck the plates with new steak entrees. Fa la 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 la, fa la la la. It all starts at $16.99 for a limited time, only at Outback Steakhouse.
Of course I can't skip the ad.
Don't miss early deals on list-worthy gifts, like Tech Gear Fleece for $19.99 with coupon, toys for up to $25.
In the photo, because this is another picture.
But also, here's the thing too that's like really annoying to me, is like you just stealing people's pictures and just like, oh yeah, like this is me. It's like not only the fact you're stealing people's where people can't see you, but like people's faces, people's identity. Like you stole that girl's identity, that picture that you used, claiming to be her. And it's what is wrong with you? What is wrong with people, dude? I don't understand what's wrong with people.
Picture she posted. I can't get over this one. This is the one that sealed the deal for me.
I literally don't have words for how disgusting this is. Like, I'm sorry, dude, but people like this should be banned from ever having access to social media, like, ever again. Like, I never say that about people. I probably have said it about... Okay, I'm thinking about all the people that I've covered in my deep dive. Yeah, some of them shouldn't either, but I usually don't ever say that about people, even about, like, I don't know, horrid politicians that I don't like. But this, like, if you're capable of doing all of this, of stealing actual survivors' stories and photos, speaking at conferences, if she's willing to do all of that with a damn smile, then I'm just like, what else might she do when people forget? So it's just like, nah, sis, to the cesspool with you, okay? No internet allowed. You were taking the full plunge. You ain't dipping your toes, you taking the full plunge.
In your local headlines tonight, Eldridge police have arrested a local teenager for allegedly using false medical claims to raise more than $37,000. Officers say 19-year-old Madison Russo stole the money from more than 439 donors with false claims that she suffered from acute lymphoblastic leukemia, stage 2 pancreatic cancer, and a tumor the size of a football.
Now, according to Heavy.com, Maddie was released from the Scott County Jail on a $10,000 bond and actually ended up pleading not guilty to the charge of first-degree theft before February of this year, and that was before switching her plea to guilty in June, just a couple of months ago. Her sentencing happened on October 20th, 2023, which is what revitalized this story. I'd actually investigated this story months and months and months ago, and then kind of tabled it, and seeing that sentencing's actually happened here. This is why I'm covering it now. Now, get this, like during the sentencing, the defense called Dr. Christina Pietz, a forensic psychologist who had interviewed Maddie and determined that Maddie Russo had, quote, no mental health history, no criminal history, no childhood trauma, or no substance abuse, and is not.
So what you're telling me is there's no reason that she should have done this. The only reason that she did this was for attention. She did this to seek attention, and so she could steal from people. Because it's not like you just said she ain't got no trauma. She's got no mental health history. No substance abuse. I could definitely understand if this was substance abuse related. Unfortunately, in my experience, people are not themselves when they are suffering from substance abuse disorder. So this makes sense. This makes complete sense. That makes complete sense. You, Miss Ma'am, doesn't make any sense. None whatsoever.
Not a criminally minded person, and basically there was no excuse for what she did. Now, Maddie's defense attorney, Andrea Jaeger, claimed that Maddie was, quote, the first to admit that she made a terrible mistake. Why do people keep... I don't understand. There's so many instances and so many stories that I cover, like, people using the word mistake. Why do they use mistake when it's like, this is not a mistake. You did not trip over the rug and like hit the, you know, the edge of the sofa and knock someone's glass over. You didn't accidentally, you know, bump the milk. Do people still spill milk like across the table? I feel like that was like always like the thing when you're a kid and you're just like, oh, the milk. Ah. That's a mistake, right? Or you say something that sounds like one way and you meant it another, and then those are mistakes. This not a mistake. This was a choice, right? Isn't it a choice? It was a choice. It was a choice. She was like, let me do, and then she carried it on for a long time. She didn't like, oops, I accidentally downloaded someone's photos, and oops, I accidentally uploaded it to my own. No, there's not a mistake. Man, people really be wearing that word out. But yeah, anyways, her attorney said it was a terrible mistake and that she feels genuine remorse and wants to move on. And I wonder, would that remorse have set in if no one found out?
No.
Holy mother! I don't know. They also said that the reason Maddie made up her cancer was to, quote, bring her family back together with a shared struggle they could deal with together.
What? What? What are you talking about? I'm trying not to cuss. What the heck are you talking about, bro? Like, how is, so again, I'm also gonna give her family the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they didn't know, right? I'm giving her family the benefit of the doubt. So what does, so you purposely traumatize your family in order to bring you guys back together? That's what we're doing. We're purposefully inflicting trauma upon our family. Got it. Okay, cool. Just needed to, just want to confirm that. Right. Yep.
Yeah, I don't. There are just, again, I'm so pissed. I'm so enraged by this. The idea that someone's like, you know what? I want to bring my family back together. I'm not going to do it with therapy. I'm not going to do it with self-help books or conversation.
I was just saying, conversation.
Or, I'm not going to do it by any the tried and true healthy means necessary. No, I'm just going to fake having a devastating illness, apparently just traumatize any of my family members that are around that are going to care, and make a bunch of money off of it in the process.
Yeah, duh. That's obviously how you handle that, Swoop.
All right, so I'm going to take a quick look at the statement that Maddie actually gave in court after all of this went down.
See this.
Your Honor, first and foremost, I want to thank the court for the opportunity to speak today in front of you all.
The opportunity. I'm sure she's so thankful.
Everybody gets the opportunity to speak in court. You're a defendant. You have a right to speak in court. Like... She said that like she didn't get the right. Bro, I hate this woman. I hate this woman. Lordy. Jesus, take the wheel. Okay.
I'm sorry, my pettiness is trying to squeeze out of me right now. Let me listen.
I have not spoken this entire time while my case was ongoing for several reasons. So this is difficult to talk about. but I'm just gonna try my best.
It's difficult to talk about. It's difficult to talk about your theft. It's difficult to talk about all the people you hurt. It's difficult for you. For you. That's where we're at, mama. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. Oh, sweet baby. Sweet baby Jesus. This is going to be a shit show. I'm just gonna go ahead and cuss. It's fine. This is gonna be a shit show.
This is difficult to talk about, Maddie? What's that? Oh, is that consequences for your actions, Colin?
Bro,
Is that what this is? Is that,
This experience, sorry.
I knew it's not the
Has
consequences
been
of
by
my
far
actions.
one of the most difficult.
Bro. I know I'm covering up Swoop. I might move myself because I want y'all to see her face. Because I feel it. Because you're really in here crying. Like, that's like the definition of self-pity. You sitting in here crying over yourself and what you did. This is your fault. Nobody would be here if you didn't do this. This is solely on you, mama. Solely on you.
Things to navigate in my life.
What does this mean? What does this mean? This experience has been the most difficult for you to navigate. The experience of getting caught, or the experience of faking having cancer and setting up GoFundMes and speaking at the Pancreas Society. Like, what is the most difficult experience here? Having to lie to everyone, or getting caught for it and now having to read a statement in front of a judge.
It has been very scary and challenging in more ways than one.
You know what's scary and more challenging in more ways than one? Having actual cancer.
Yes.
I fully acknowledge that what I did was wrong, and I am incredibly sorry.
I hope
I don't
that
believe
is
her.
Sincere. Ultimately, at the end of the
I don't believe her. Swoop is a lot more poised and a lot better woman than me. Because I'm just going to straight up say, I don't believe her. Because this to me reads as feel bad for me. Like, I can't believe I have to do this because I have to take accountability for my actions and what I did, but feel bad for me. Like, that's how this reads for me. It does not read as like, I am so remorseful. It does not read remorseful. It reads as self-pity, personally.
The day, none of us will ever know. I hope for her sake that that's genuine, and I hope that if any of the people who were directly affected by her, meaning people like whose images she stole, if they saw this, if her making that statement gives them some type of peace, then really that's all that matters, right?
If there was anything I could do to take...
I will say she is correct. Swoop is correct. That, like, at the end of the day, it definitely doesn't matter if I believe her, because I luckily am not a victim of cancer. I'm not a victim of her. Right? So I do, like Swoop said, I do hope that the people who are victims of her believe her. And if they believe her, I'm not going to try to change their mind otherwise. But I'm going to go ahead and tell you I don't believe her.
Take it back, I would. The reality is that I can't. The only thing I can do is...
No. Her nodding her through this statement, it's like, okay, yes, that's the buzzword we talked about. We made sure that's the line that we made sure that you put in there. You know I know I had to rewrite this for you a few times, but make sure you say that, okay? Bro, and maybe I'm reading too deep into it. But no, her nodding at her, looking at her and nodding her through this statement. I don't like it. Don't like it. Something about it reads very and obviously your attorney should help you craft your statement if you're going to make one, but it just also I think that's also why I'm just not reading this as very genuine, you know?
Correct it, learn from it, and move forward. I beat myself up about it the whole last...
I will say one thing about the attorney. This haircut haircut, love it. The gray, love it. The red lip, love it. Love it. Baby girl is giving right here. Baby girl is giving.
Here in silence because I didn't know how to tell anybody what was going on.
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there.
Exactly, Swoop. This face. I feel this. You didn't know how to tell anybody what was going on. You didn't know how to tell people that you were lying to them and you were deceiving them and you were stealing their money. That's what you didn't know how to do. Got it. I need to double check. For my own records. But I got it. Thank you for Thank you for your clarification.
The reasons are probably obvious. If y'all want to see the thing in full, by all means, check it out. I'm gonna just stop right there, because in my opinion, it starts getting into woe is me, and here's why I'm the victim, and I just don't have time for that today. Maybe if this was a full Swoop documentary, but right now, absolutely no. Okay, the cesspool means I get to cut off when I feel like it, and I'm not going to play the entirety of that. Now, the whole sentencing lasted less than 1 hour, with the judge telling her exactly what he thought.
It's absolutely clear to the court that you engaged in a lengthy course of deceit. Today, you indicate, my initial reaction, quite frankly, was this lengthy course of deceit was motivated by greed, or perhaps social media fame.
And he didn't stop there. Like, he went on to list the events that she continued to take part in.
It is abundantly the case that this was not an isolated or momentary lapse in judgment.
Exactly.
You were bold enough to be interviewed by the North.
Exactly. This is why, this is also why I love watching trial, right? Specifically, I love watching sentencing because, during the course of the trial, the judge really just rules on objections, right? Judge doesn't really get to speak, doesn't really get to make their points and how they feel about stuff known, but the judge watches the entire trial and then some, because the judge gets to see all the filings, the judge gets to see all the stuff that the jury doesn't see, right? So the sentencing is the only time the judge is able to really say how they feel, right? And at the end of the day, how they feel matters because how they feel is how your sentencing is going to go, right? So I love it because the judge, especially this judge right now, is saying everything that we think and then some. Because yep.
Got press regarding your cancer. You frequently appeared on social media concerning your supposed cancer. You went so far as to speak to the National Pancreas Cancer Foundation. I understand you spoke to students and donors at St. Ambrose University. You spoke to actual cancer groups. You made many appearances, public and on social media, to push your fraudulent scheme. At any step along that way, you could have stopped.
Exactly, which is why it's I didn't know how to tell anybody. I didn't know how to tell everybody that I was a liar. No, you just didn't want to. You didn't want for everybody to find out. Not that you couldn't. My dog is so funny, y'all. My dog is so funny. But you did, it's not that you couldn't. You didn't want to. And be honest about that. Be real, sis. Just be real. But no, be real. And he's right. Yeah, you could have stopped at any point. You didn't want to. It's not that you couldn't. You didn't want to.
You could have stopped. It did not stop until you were caught.
Yep. Exactly. It didn't stop until you got caught. That part. Now, in the end, the judge agreed with the plea deal, and Maddie was sentenced to 10 years in prison. But, and that's a big, thick but, thick with 3 to 5 C's. I don't even know if people write that word anymore. It is a suspended sentence, so she's not actually going to prison. On top of 3 years of probation, with the terms of her probation being she has to pay the restitution of $39,385.79 in full. She also must commit no other crimes, which is we'll see how that goes. Do 100 hours of community service and pay an additional $1,370 fee. Now, I'm so curious, what do y'all think about this type of judge?
Okay, so here's the thing. I know people are pretty pissed about the suspended sentence, right? Now, here's the thing, right? I am not all that upset about the suspended sentence because I did hear this part. I knew she got a suspended sentence. I didn't know for how long, though, and people were upset about this. So, like, a suspended sentence isn't necessarily like that you got off, like that you just didn't get any, that you completely got away with the crime, right? What a suspended sentence does is a suspended sentence is almost worse for a lot of people because your suspended sentence kind of hangs over your head for forever. So it's going to hang over her head throughout her probation, not forever, I'm sorry. It's going to hang over her head to the end of her probation and until she pays back that restitution. So it's like, if she gets caught doing any more crimes, so like she's on probation for 3 years, but she's also got to pay back almost $40,000. So we're going to call it $40,000, right? If she doesn't pay back that money, let's say it's been 3 years, but she hasn't paid off that money, and she gets caught smoking weed in a state where it's not legal yet, right? And she gets arrested. On that charge, she can go to prison for 10 years. She can go to jail for 10 years on that charge. On something basic. It could literally be a misdemeanor. And depending on the judge, it depends on the judge, because some judges are meaner than others, right? But she could potentially go to jail for 10 years on that next charge because they will give her all of that backup time, right? So it's like this is kind of a, hey, play with us if you want to, and we'll still come get you and put you in jail, right? So it's not necessarily, I know it's not the justice that everybody wanted. I know everybody kind of wanted her to go to jail, which I'm team her go to jail, but it's not like she's completely scot-free, you know. It doesn't feel entirely fair, but she's not completely scot-free. I will tell y'all that. So, you know.
Judgment. Do you think this was fair? Do you think she should have done time? Let me know what you think. But before all of that, Maddie actually had the audacity to ask that this judgment be deferred, which would have meant that it would not be placed on her record. But the judge ain't about that life, and I think thankfully so.
But I am firmly convinced here today that it would not be remotely just to defer judgment in this case and allow you to proceed further in life without the consequence of this criminal conviction for theft on your record. You engaged in a continuing criminal scheme that lasted for a year that requires more serious punishment of that, and that will serve as a deterrent to both you and others similarly situated.
With the full details out of the way now, it is still clear that no matter what the judge thinks or Maddie says, I think this was and always will be about her getting attention. She wanted attention, maybe from her family at first, but as friends and social media and organizations started giving her praise and notoriety, I think it spiraled into something much more devious, even sinister, if you will, where she not only got the attention she wanted, but temporarily made a profit from these lies at the expense of, I don't even know how many other people. I can't even fathom. I mean, I do feel for her for having issues with her family. Somebody might say, well, what family doesn't? It still doesn't excuse what she did here, and it's really troubling. And the thing is, things like these have lasting effects on real victims and people in need everywhere. I mean, think about the people whose images Maddie stole, and think about the people who genuinely need financial aid from places like GoFundMe to help pay for their very expensive treatments that insurance doesn't cover, because
Exactly. That's another thing too. It's like this is why it's so bad when people lie, when people deceive, it affects more than just you. That's why I don't give you this benefit. Like, I don't give you the benefit of the doubt here, because this affects other people. Now, anytime anybody goes to some teenager's GoFundMe for their cancer treatment, they're going to be like, but do they actually have cancer? Because you remember that one girl was definitely acting like she had cancer and she didn't have cancer. Like, you negatively impact people who need it. And cancer, not only does it wreak havoc on your body, but it wreaks havoc on your finances. It wreaks havoc on the ones you love. Like, it is, cancer is the only thing that really ruins every facet of your life, and in a lot of cases takes that from you as well. And you really have the audacity to sit here and be like, well, I didn't know, I couldn't lie, I couldn't stop the lie, I just wanted to bring my family back together. If you just want to bring your family back together, you could have kept that in the house. You could have lied to your parents. You could traumatize your parents. You didn't have to traumatize everybody else. You didn't have to try to make money on it. You didn't have to go speak to people. You didn't have to give false hope to victims. You didn't have to do any of that. That was on you. That was a choice. That was a choice. That was something that you chose to do. And no, I don't feel bad for you. I don't feel sorry for you. Because I also agree here, whose family doesn't have problems? Nobody's family is perfect. My family is plenty of messed up. I love y'all. I do. But y'all some messed up people. And never in my life have I ever thought, you know what? To bring my family back together so we can be nice and close again, I'm going to fake cancer. What? Like, don't make it make sense, because it doesn't. But like, ugh, Jesus, help me.
Healthcare is, yeah, stories breaking like this one put those very real people in need at risk of not being believed and not getting donors and help. And that is a huge problem. Adding any amount of doubt to charitable donations has an enormous and unknown impact for, it could be indefinitely. But Maddie probably never considered any of that, did she? No. Regardless of her ignorance, she likely only ever thought about herself. Now, ultimately, Maddie is still young, so hopefully she learns from this. I do believe people can learn. We have to believe that. Otherwise, what the f are we doing? I don't know if she will. There's something in there that would, I don't know. What are your thoughts? Leave me your thoughts in the comments. I would love to hear what you think. And, you know, ultimately for me, if she doesn't learn, if she tries something like this again, I hope that someone just like the authorities in those bank accounts, I hope someone just snatches the internet right out of her hands so she cannot do this again. So that's what I got. I will have a new
girl Swoop. I love this documentary and I love you, but girl, bump snatching the internet for her. Snatch that liberty from her. Okay, give her all 10 of the years that she has. All 10 of them. Snatch up that freedom, because that's what's gonna hurt. My dog is looking at me like I'm crazy. Hey, buddy. I love you too. Yeah.
full deep dive Swoop documentary coming out on my main channel in a couple of days, so make sure you are subscribed to my main channel linked below. Thank you for coming along for the ride. Make sure to subscribe to this new channel. Follow me on Instagram. We just hit 100,000 followers over there, y'all. We did it. Thank you so much. It is amazing time over there, and let's now get it to 150,000. I love the community that we're building together. Also follow me on Twitter. That's actually where I get a lot of topic requests that I follow through on. So tell your friends, and let's see who's next up in the cesspool. Bye!
The next level of nerds. Nerds Gummy.
Oh, it's me again. Let's see. Let's see. All right, let's go back over here and let's see what else we're gonna watch. I don't have that much more. I have 3 more rows to do. Mm-hmm. So, hello. I think we have another visitor. Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm looking for something else to watch. And if you have a request, maybe we could turn something on. Oh, actually, you know what? I've been meaning to watch this video for like a year. Um, so let's do, at least let me, hold on, let me screen this video to make sure it's the kind of video that I think it is. Yes, it is. Okay, great. So yeah, we're gonna watch a video here by my boss. She's not actually my boss, but I talked about this earlier. I am an editor for Natalie Lawyer Chick, and I have the benefit of working with her, for her, whatever you want to call it. And I've been editing a lot of her shorts and just a lot of her exterior content because she mostly does live streams. I actually think she's live right now. But obviously I'm here, so I'm not watching that. But and it's been such a honor and pleasure to work with her. So, but yeah, so I've been wanting to watch her talk about this case. This is a really old video. It's been in my watch later playlist for a while now, but it's called From Veteran Detective to Convicted Killer: The Stephanie Lazarus Interrogation. I am very, very familiar with this case because this case is fascinating to me because I can't believe that y'all allowed this woman to get away with murder. But for all those years, but I would love to see what Natalie says about the case. So we're gonna get started. This is how you know this video is old. This is like her old intro. I don't even think she does this anymore. But yeah, y'all go subscribe to my boss.
My name is Natalie. I'm a criminal defense attorney. Welcome to my channel. And
okay, wait a second though. But like, can we talk about how the eyeshadow matches the necklace, which matches the dress? Period. The brows are browing. The locks are locked. It's giving.
And let's just pretend like I didn't say it was going to be interrogation week and then just like took a whole week off from not filming any YouTube. Let's just pretend like that didn't happen.
I've been there. I've been there.
Sorry about that. As you guys know, I'm a practicing attorney, and that entails me actually having to be an attorney during the day, right? And that's not just during the day. I have to prep for my trials. I have to talk to my clients. And I'm actually doing some mentorship, so helping other attorneys who are more newer to the practice, and which is my honor to be able to do that. And so that takes up a lot of my time, and just I had to prioritize things. I also went out of town this last weekend with my husband to visit some family. It was great. And now I'm back, and I'm so excited to film this video for you guys. So in our last interrogation video, we talked about, and basically what I'm trying to tell you guys is do not speak to the police without an attorney present. Do not. But we talked about somebody that was innocent, right? And I wanted to start with a video of someone that was innocent.
Before she continues in, I didn't actually watch that video. It's also in my saved in my watch later playlist. So maybe I'll do that if I'm still doing my hair by the end of this video, which I more than likely will be because I've been taking way longer than I should have. Like I don't have somewhere to be in 3 hours, but it's okay. But but that's the video. But no, the point I wanted to make is she's absolutely right. Don't talk to the police without an attorney present. You don't have to. You have rights, but your rights only work if you use them. So be sure to use them. Right? Okay.
Because I think it's a lot easier to receive that message when the person that is being interrogated is clearly being wrongfully interrogated. Now we're going to deal with someone that is clearly guilty, but the facts of her case specify the complexity of why speaking to the police is in no one's benefit if they do not have an attorney present, even when that person is a police officer. We are going to be delving into the case of Stephanie Lazarus. Between the years of 1978 and 19...
Which, if you guys are not familiar with this case, this girl right here, as my granddaddy would say, is a piece of work. So, strap in, because this is going to be an interesting one.
1982, a young man by the name of John Rutan attended University of California, Los Angeles, where he met a young woman by the name of Stephanie Lazarus. He was majoring in mechanical engineering, and she was majoring in political science. Now, Stephanie Lazarus was a very attractive, very athletic young lady who was really into John Rutan. I mean, she really liked him. She was really attracted to him.
Head over
She
heels.
wrote about him in her diary, how much she liked him and she wanted to be with him. But John Rutan never saw Stephanie that way. They did have a romantic relationship. They did sleep together, but he did not see her as a girlfriend. He only saw her as kind of a friend with benefits. So there was definitely an unequal balance there in the emotions that they had for one another. Now, this unequal balance...
Which I understand. Girl, we've all been there. We've all been there and fallen for the dude who definitely don't like us, who definitely don't love us, who definitely don't want to be with us, and we stay around. Am I trauma dumping? But, yeah. We've all been there. But... sis, you gotta let it go. Gotta let it go. If he don't treat you the way you should, let it go. Lost which hair I need to pull out? I'm gonna go with that one. Okay.
Balance kind of played out in some strange ways. So there are reports that Stephanie Lazarus actually took pictures of John Rutan, like unbeknownst to him, when he was undressed and sleeping at night. That she also would put on his clothes without him knowing it. So it seemed like, for lack of a better term, she was obsessed with him. After they graduated, Mr. Rutan began dating a young woman by the name of Sherry Rasmussen. Now, Miss Rasmussen was also an attractive young lady who had graduated from Loma Linda University and was becoming a critical care nurse. After Stephanie Lazarus's graduation from UCLA, she joined the police academy and would later go on to become a police officer. Even though John Rutan had other girlfriends and had started to date Sherry Rasmussen quite seriously, Stephanie Lazarus was still really, really into John. And in fact, she threw him a surprise birthday party for his 25th birthday. So when Stephanie found out that John was taking his relationship with Sherry very seriously, she became...
Okay, I don't know if she's gonna get into this, but I don't think she is. Because what's interesting about that surprise party is Stephanie did not know that John and Sherry were becoming a serious couple, right? Or she didn't care. Depending on the reports you see, some say she don't know, some say she doesn't care. Quite frankly, I could believe either option. But so John shows up to that surprise birthday party with Sherry. And Stephanie is pissed because she's like, because she done thrown, because she walking around here being like, that's my man, my man, my man. And her man is being very serious with somebody else. So it's interesting. Very, very interesting. Ooh, let me try to not screw up my hair I don't know if I'm succeeding, but it's okay.
Became very upset and actually corresponded with John's mother about how she wanted to pursue her relationship with John and she didn't understand his desire not to be with her. Like she just couldn't understand it. She wanted to be with John.
Okay, that's another thing too. Why are you calling his mama? Why are you calling his mama? Like that is again, it's just so weird because it's like it is. It's just, like I could not imagine my like the dude like it's not because he's not her boyfriend, so it's the dude you sleeping with. I cannot imagine calling the dude I'm sleeping with's mama and being like, he just doesn't want me and I don't understand because we're so perfect for each other. Huh? Huh? Have you lost your mind? Can you stop eating the hair? You're gonna get sick. You're gonna throw up, and then I'm gonna have to clean it up. And then I'm gonna be sad because I'm gonna have to clean that up. And then you're gonna be sick, which is gonna make you sad. Okay? We good? Right. But yeah. Like, ma'am, are you unwell? I already know the answer is yes. I know the answer is yes. But, but still, I'm
John. John would go on to propose to Sherry Rasmussen in 1985. And when Stephanie Lazarus found out, she was devastated. Again, she wrote about it in her journal about how upset she was that he was moving on with someone else. She actually called him crying and upset after finding out that he was engaged to Sherry, asking him to come over to her place. Now, this is already after John had proposed to Sherry Rasmussen. And John came over to Stephanie's place to console her. And, you know, he consoled her in between the sheets, if you know what I mean.
She's completely right. She is completely right that he did indeed console her between those sheets. But like but I don't think Natalie's gonna get into this, but she was framing it as I need you to come over here for closure. So it was like just one last time kind of thing. So he knew he was going over there to sleep with her after he done already proposed to somebody else. Sir, come on now. I don't understand you men because you propose to the girl of your dreams but still be messing with crazy women. Why? Why? Are you not them badass? Are you not them badass? Do you not love yourself? And the other thing too, like, you know, John was a good looking dude. Like he's he's standard white man attractive, you know? He's not I don't understand. But yeah, he's like standard white man attractive. Like I don't understand why he's doing all this. I really don't. I just don't. I'm not fathom. Cause are you not them badass? My dog is running around like a crackhead in the other room. I don't know if y'all can hear him. If you can, sorry. But speak of the devil. But cool.
And he said that he did that in order to give her closure. John went back home thinking that it was all over, but you know how it actually is. You can't do that with somebody that's a little bit touched in the head. You know, like they'll take it and run with
that part. That part. That's what I'm saying. Like if I'm about to I listen to, if you guys aren't fans of Shits and Gigs, that podcast, you're not about to understand what I say. But if you are gonna understand what I say. Because y'all stay doing the love of your life dirty, down horrendous. Why? If she's the love of your life. Stop. Like, stop. Because you could just not. It could all be so simple. but you'd rather make it hard. I can't sing, sorry. But, and I'm sorry y'all had to listen to that, but now you do. And now we're here now, so I'm just going to let it ride. Okay, bye.
With it. So Stephanie took that and ran with it, and she went and confronted Sherry at her job at the hospital, letting her know, you know, if that's your boyfriend, he wasn't last night. If that's your boyfriend, he wasn't last night. Basically, like, I know.
I forgot about that. She did. She definitely pulled up to the hospital. And that's the thing. That's another thing, too. This is why you also can't continue. This is also why you can't play with as Natalie said, people who are touched in the head. But you're going to pull up at my place of work to confront me about you sleeping with my man. Lady, this is a business. I'm at work. She worked at a hospital. She was a nurse. Okay, she worked at a hospital. You pulling up to a hospital where people are dying in the back to confront me about sleeping with my man. Baby, one of us got a ring on our finger. Like, that's all I'm saying. One of us has a ring on our finger. And the other one of us is clearly the side chick. Like, clearly. So, let's, just think about that. Just think about this critically. Deeply, even. Oof.
That you guys are engaged, but he's still messing with me, and I think you should know, and I'm coming to you as a woman. That type of thing. Barbara, this is Shirley. That type of thing. So Sherry goes home. She's very upset, and she tells John, like, look, I found out that she slept with her. What's going on? Is this relationship still going on? Sherry and John reconcile. He assures her that there's nothing further happening with Stephanie Lazarus, that's completely over with, that he doesn't want to be with her anymore, and that he only wants to be with Sherry. However, despite these
Lord have
assurances,
mercy.
Stephanie...
Nah, Lord have mercy. And, good Lord. Look, Sherry a better woman than me. I would have been like, cool. I'm out. You have fun. Well, yeah. There's no, and again, because like I also have just trauma, but there's no universe where I forgive him, like none whatsoever, because I just feel like if you could sleep with her and you propose to me, then that kind of that tells me everything I need to know. It just does. It just does. But again, I have trauma. I'm working on it. I'm in therapy, trying to do better, trying my hardest, day after day. Oh,
wasn't giving up without a fight. She actually would come over, I think on 2 occasions, to John and Stephanie's house after they moved in together. She came over to their house, like, dressed sexy with a pair of...
She also means, I don't know if maybe she put it in the thing, but she meant John and Sherry's house. Remember, Stephanie's the other woman. Though she don't think she is, don't forget Stephanie is indeed the other woman.
Of skis that she wanted John to wax for her, and then she would come back and pick it up in her uniform, armed in her police uniform and everything. And Sherry started to get really concerned about this. She thought it was very strange that this ex would continue to come over to her house unannounced and show up at her job and get into an argument with her over John. So she actually started telling her family members, like her father, that she was really worried about this lady, Stephanie Lazarus, and that she felt as though Stephanie was stalking her. So like she felt she was actually following her around.
Oh, okay.
But John basically assured
yeah, she was. That's because she was, baby. She absolutely was. But I will be right back. It is 7:30, which means it is time for Atreus to eat dinner. So I'll be right back, people. Y'all enjoy the music provided us by Mr. Paul Neal right here on YouTube. Hi, I'm back. I also got a snack. Pecan swirls. My grandfather, when I was a little girl, worked in the factory where they made pecan swirls, and he would always give me a giant box of them for Christmas. So when my seasonal depression is like kind of really kicking my butt, I like to eat some of these because they remind me of my grandfather. My grandfather passed away the summer I went before. The summer before I went to college, and yeah, I miss him, but these bring me a little bit of joy. Now back into the murder.
Sherry that he really did not want to be with Stephanie. He didn't want anything else to do with her, and that he wanted to move forward in his relationship with Sherry. Now, there is a report made by Sherry Rasmussen's father, Niels Rasmussen, that Stephanie Lazarus told Sherry that if she can't have John, no one else can. But I don't know if that's true or not, but that's just what allegedly Sherry told her father, Niels. So John Rutan and Sherry Rasmussen would go on to get married in November of 1985. They lived a cute little lifestyle. You know, he was working in his engineering job with a big company. She was working at the hospital. They had a home together. John had bought Sherry a BMW as an engagement gift. And Sherry was moving up in her profession. She was giving speeches and talks to new nurses. She had been pursuing her career since she was 16 years old. Apparently, she was very good at it and really, advanced for someone that was of such a young age. And Stephanie Lazarus was living her life as a police officer. So she's a police officer. She was still, I think, trying to make contact with John, but John wasn't having it. He was completely into Sherry. On February 24th of 1986, all of that would change.
Now, before we get into the actual night of what happened, just because I did roast John a little bit before, I will give him his flowers on there is no evidence, and even Stephanie doesn't even say this because I'm sure she would love nothing more than to try to rub it in Sherry's face, even in death. There is no evidence that after that last time that she and John slept together, that he ever slept with her again. So it does at least seem that, for him, he was like, cool, I'm gonna do this so you will just leave me alone. Which also, fellas, that never works. That never works. She's not gonna leave you alone. She's not gonna leave you alone. Ma'am, you too. He's not gonna leave you alone. I feel like for some reason that's more of a guy thing. Guys kind of think that if I just give you this point of closure, then you'll be fine. The thing is, closure has to come from within. Nobody can give you closure. You have to find closure for yourself. So it's they're not going to leave you alone because they haven't found closure within themselves. They just did something with you that they wanted to do, So
when Sherry Rasmussen was discovered in her home at 6 p.m. by her husband, deceased. It appears that morning she had called in sick from work. She was supposed to give a talk, and I don't think she wanted to give the talk, so she faked calling in sick. A lot of people do that. So she faked calling in sick that day. And a neighbor reported seeing the garage door open, but there was no car inside the garage. And also a cleaning lady next door would later tell police that she heard two people arguing and then heard a loud noise, but nobody had reported hearing any gunshots or anything that would have concerned people enough to call the police. I think the maid thought that she was hearing maybe an argument between husband and wife and didn't want to get the police involved. But later on at 6 p.m. that night, Sherry's husband, John, would discover her deceased in the home. The police were called, and when they arrived on scene, and remember now, this is 1986, but they collected some evidence. Some of the evidence that they collected included fingernail clippings as well as swabs of an apparent bite mark on the inside of Sherry's arm. Police concluded at that time that it must have been a burglary gone wrong. There was electronic equipment that was stacked by the garage door that looked as though the burglars had been interrupted in escaping with the stolen items, put down the stolen items, and then begun a physical altercation with Sherry. Sherry had suffered 3 gunshot wounds to the chest and died as a result of those injuries. There was other things on the scene that called into question whether or not it was a burglary. For example, there were no signs of forced entry to the door. In addition, there were many valuables left behind, including a box of jewelry that was on top of a television in Sherry and John's room. But the things that were taken was the BMW that was gifted to Sherry that was later on found abandoned. And it seems as though a drawer of valuables was pulled out in the upstairs dresser and dumped over onto the floor like they were searching for valuables. So the police really thought, oh, there must have been some type of burglary gone wrong, and then she was killed as a result of it. There was also a quilt found on scene with several bullet holes in it. Police thought that that quilt that was found on scene was used to muffle the noise of the gunshots. The police thought that a .38 caliber weapon was used in the murder, and that gun was actually never recovered. Police officers in Los Angeles at the time were required to carry a .38, even if it was their personal type of gun. So they had to have their own service weapon, which was a .38, and then if they had a personal gun, they had to register it with the police department, and that gun was required to be a .38 as well. Later on, some days later, there was also more burglaries committed in the neighborhood, and so that even strengthened the police's belief that this all happened as the result of a burglary gone wrong. So, you know, a lot of the research that I did on this case will say things like, the case went cold because, you know, the crack epidemic hit and the crime rate in Los Angeles was horrible in the 80s. And yes, the police had a lot to focus on. But in my opinion, I think that the police received a lot of information that there was definitely something awry here, especially where it comes to one of their own officers. But they basically ignored that because I think that they didn't look into their own police officers like they should have. That's just how I see it, because they did have some clues that there could have been a police officer involved in this case. For example, Niels Rasmussen, Sherry's father, continuously informed the police that Sherry was concerned about a woman that was a police officer who had been stalking her, who was John's ex. Like, he told the police this over and over again. The police just basically ignored him. In addition, John, even though he moved away, he actually called the police and checked in with them and was like, are you guys sure that Stephanie Lazarus didn't have anything to do with Sherry's death? And they told him, yes, they were sure. They didn't think that Stephanie had anything to do with Sherry's death, that they thought that it was.
Oh, also, and I just remembered something because I lied earlier. When I said that John never slept with Stephanie again, I meant during the course of their marriage, during him and Sherry's marriage. After Sherry's death, he did sleep with Stephanie again. I did remember. I just remembered that. Like, when she brought up, like, him checking in on everything, it's because he had started seeing her again. And he was like, I want to make sure before I start sleeping with the enemy, that I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I forgot about that.
A burglary gone wrong. And after he got that assurance from the Los Angeles Police Department, John actually had another sexual encounter with Stephanie Lazarus, which is really concerning to me, because even though just the fact that you even had an inkling in your mind, like, are you sure that she didn't have anything to do with it? I would never mess with that person. Even if I even have to worry that, I would never mess with that person. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there, because it's crazy to kill somebody, and that part is not his fault. But I feel like he was playing with Stephanie's emotions. But that's a whole separate video. Okay. So anyway, he did ask that. So they had some indication that, you know, there could have been some involvement from Stephanie Lazarus, a Los Angeles police officer. Now, while all of this is going on, like I said, this case went cold, like absolutely cold in the 80s, in the 90s, and all out the early 2000s. Stephanie Lazarus was working her way up the rung of success within the Los Angeles Police Department. She became a trainer for other police officers. She ended up making detective. She got a really cushy job doing detective work for the basically like art theft division, like, you know, like non-violent crimes division. She was doing art theft. She helped to recover this very valuable stolen statue, and she had made the news about that. She had gotten married and adopted a daughter, and her husband also worked in the same division as her, worked as a detective, and she had an exemplary record. There was nothing in her record that would make one think that, you know, she would be prone to any type of violence or anything like that. And if we're gonna be totally honest here, it looks to me like Stephanie got comfortable, because basically she had gotten away with murder. You know, it was 1986 that the murder had occurred, and now fast forward all the way till 2009, and no one has asked her a thing about it. Well, in 2009, some things had actually changed, and that thing is DNA. So let's back up a little bit from 2009, because that's when Stephanie was actually arrested. And the interrogation took place that I'm going to talk about with you guys right now. So in the late 90s, the LAPD had developed a task force to go back and test physical evidence for the presence of DNA. Because remember, DNA testing didn't become widely available until like the early 90s, right? And the DNA technology kept improving and improving. And by the late 90s, they put this task force together. The death of Sherry Rasmussen was chosen as one of the cold cases to go through and look for physical evidence in. Now, some of the physical evidence in Sherry Rasmussen's case had been lost over a certain period of time. However, one of the things that was remaining was this bite mark, which was kept in a refrigerator since the 80s, the swabs and the sample from the bite mark. In 2004, a criminologist tested the DNA and found that it actually matched to a female, which severely called into question the theory that this had been a burglary gone wrong, because usually burglaries are committed by males. At the time, it was a clue that there was a bite mark, that the person who perpetrated the crime was actually a female, because the criminalists on the case noted that usually when there's a hand-to-hand combat or physical altercation involving a woman, women tend to bite during physical altercations. It doesn't mean that men don't. It just means that women are more likely and have more of a tendency to do so. So, you know, at that time, back in the 80s, they thought it was a little weird that, you know, Sherry had a bite mark on her. But when they finally tested it all the way out in 2004, they found that the bite mark did belong to a woman. Now, they put it in the national database to see if there was a hit on anyone that's in that database. The database usually consists of people that have been charged with or convicted of criminal offenses, so it wouldn't have police officers in it for the most part, unless those people had also been charged with or convicted of offenses. But we have to remember that Stephanie Lazarus had an exemplary record and had never committed a criminal offense as far as the law knew, so she wasn't in that database. And so it didn't match on anyone. Fast forward to 2009, this task force gets together and they're looking at the Sherry Rasmussen case all over again. So they start investigating the Sherry Rasmussen case once again, knowing now that the bite mark belonged to a woman. The two detectives that were on the case put together a list of 5 women that they believe could have potentially wanted to injure or harm Sherry Rasmussen. And at the bottom of that list, the least likely was Stephanie Lazarus. Because she was a police officer, I guess she was the least likely, but she's the one that they didn't give as much attention to. Now, quickly, the first 3 women were knocked off the list, and the 4th woman, who looked like she could be the most involved, they surreptitiously obtained her DNA, which means that she probably drank something or touched something and discarded it. They got the item and they tested it against the DNA on the bite mark, and it did not come back as matching to that 3rd woman, or that 4th woman, I guess it would be, to the 4th woman. The 5th woman, suspect number 5, was Stephanie Lazarus. So here's the thing, right? You have a police officer who has access to information that maybe other people wouldn't have access to if they were under investigation. She also has friends within the police department. It's a risk of her finding out that they are actually investigating her. So the detectives that are investigating this fellow detective in the art theft unit are really concerned that she will find out that they are investigating her and basically make a run for it, or, go postal or something like that. They're worried. So instead of letting it be known that they want her DNA, instead what they do is follow her while she's on errands, wait for her to drink out of something, throw it away, collect it, and then test the DNA of that item. So the detectives test the DNA of the item, and the item comes back with Stephanie Lazarus's DNA, which matches to the DNA on the bite mark. During this investigation, detectives also learn that just a few days after the murder of Sherry Rasmussen, Stephanie Lazarus reported her personal gun, which was .38 caliber, as stolen to the LAPD. Like I said, you have to report it stolen, you have to report when you buy one, and then she reported when she bought a new one. So she didn't report her service weapon as stolen. She reported her personal gun as stolen, and she reported stolen around the place of the Santa Monica Pier, leading detectives to surmise that she threw it into the Pacific Ocean. So all of this background is leading up to the interrogation of Stephanie Lazarus. This is everything that detectives know before they bring Stephanie.
I realized I hadn't talked in a long time, and I'm gonna force y'all to have to listen to my voice. It's wild. Like, this case is so wild because it's like, it was just so obvious that, like, the cops in the 80s just didn't want to look at Stephanie, and they were just like, we're just not gonna look into that, because everybody knew it was Stephanie. Everybody was like, Stephanie is who did this. And I don't get it too, because it's not like she was like a high ranking officer at the time. She was new on the force. Like, she was only a couple of years in when she did it. So I don't even understand why they were like making all this effort to protect her. I could almost understand if like she was I could almost understand them going out of their way to protect her if she was like a captain or something, or like somebody important, but she's a traffic cop. Like, she's not anybody yet. So I don't understand why y'all went so hard for her. And now y'all look stupid. It was crazy.
In to interview her. I want to make sure that that's very clear to you guys, because it may seem like extraordinary, like I'm never going to kill anyone, I'm never going to commit any crimes. But many times before police bring someone in to interview and question them, they already know a lot more about the case than the person that they're questioning knows. Even if the person has committed the crime, they know a lot more than that person knows, and the interview is just the icing on the cake. There was literally at no point in time during this entire interrogation in which Stephanie Lazarus could have helped herself, yet she provided a plethora of information which helped the police. So the detectives called Stephanie Lazarus to what's known as the Parker Center. And the Parker Center is one of the LAPD headquarters, but it's a secure location. It's a lockup location, meaning that's where they keep people that are arrested or being transported to and from court and jail. It's a holding facility for newly arrested people over at the Parker Center. So they called Stephanie Lazarus, who works in the art theft unit, who's just, a couple of blocks away, to come on down to the Parker Center and speak to them about an art theft investigation. They're going to talk to her about an ongoing case that she already has. Now, the genius part of why they did it at the Parker Center is because it's a secured location where they keep inmates. All detectives, police officers have to surrender their weapon and check it in before going into the center for, safety purposes. So like an inmate can't grab your gun or something like that. So Stephanie comes in there thinking she's going to talk about one of her art theft cases, and she also is unarmed. So she's unprepared for what they're going to be talking about, and she doesn't have any way to, make a run for it or go crazy if she wants to do that. Remember, homegirl has been getting away with murder since
no,
1986, and to me that has to drive you a little bit crazy, so I don't blame them for taking some extra.
No, but she's right. Homegirl has been running from murder since 1986. So and I don't understand how like y'all really sat here and like tried to y'all really sat here and tried to act like she like she was like deserving of being protected. Like I don't understand. I don't understand your thought process on that like whatsoever. Yeah.
Extra precautions. Now, Stephanie is brought into the interrogation room, and while she's in the interrogation room, the detectives tell her, look, we just want to talk to you.
Stephanie, I don't know if you know my partner. Hey, great. Hi. Sure, nice to meet you guys. How's it going? Good. No, no, around. Well, obviously, the sense is, I don't want to bring this up in your squadron. Oh, no, it's fine. I think we're good.
You're going to bring somebody in, right?
Yeah, well, I can explain the whole thing to you. I don't want to talk about this in the squadron because I don't know who people are listening. And if we go to my side, everybody's always wondering what everybody else is doing. Okay. But like we're talking about being busy and stuff, we've been assigned a case that we've been looking at. Okay. It's a new case, and reviewing the case, there's some notes to see that as far as your name being mentioned.
Okay.
Do you know John Rutten?
John Rutten?
Rutten.
Oh, yeah, I went to school with him.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, I will say, as much as I love this interrogation, JCS also has a breakdown of this interrogation, and it's phenomenal. It's amazing. You should go watch it. But what I will say, I would love nothing more on this earth than to be able to look into her face and see her face when they asked her that question. Because I knew immediately she had to start panicking. She had to. Because it's like, do you know John Rutten? And according to JCS, because I've watched that video way too many times, I basically have it memorized. But according to JCS, they were saying like, during her trial, like a psychologist said that it took her 3 times as long to respond to that answer than it should have, because she was trying to formulate her answer and try to figure out like what she was talking about, like who is she gonna blame it on. And that is so interesting to me. It's fascinating.
How long did you know him?
Gosh, I went to school in, let's see, went to UCLA 19...
Now, remember when I told you guys that in order for the police to interrogate someone, while they have them in custody, they have to tell them about their Miranda rights. Custody plus interrogation equals Miranda. This is one of those exceptions where basically they do not, because Stephanie came in there voluntarily. Even though the detectives lied about why she was coming there, they really wanted to interrogate her about the murder of Sherry Rasmussen. They are allowed to lie. That's something I talked to you guys about in the last video. The detectives are allowed to lie to subjects in order to get them to come in and speak to them. So people may think, oh, I don't need a lawyer because they said this is just voluntary. I'm just going to be talking to them about some random thing. They can lie about why you're there, and it's completely fine. So she went there under their false pretenses. During the conversation, the detectives start to interweave in questions about Sherry Rasmussen.
You know, I don't know what to tell you on that.
I mean, when you heard about John's wife being killed, I mean, what was your reaction? I mean, you thought you heard about it, what, through a friend or in a bulletin or
Either
something?
a friend or a bulletin.
This is another thing too. It's like this is, y'all gotta go watch this interrogation. It's hilarious. But baby girl here is just sitting here being like, oh my god, wow, I just can't even remember. Like she either has like her memory is either amazing, specifically when it comes to things that like her and John do together or things like that. She either has crystal clear perfect memory or she's like I just can't remember. Just can't remember that. And then like her interrogation, bro, like the faces that she makes, her body language in this is big weird. Big weird energy. Like I actually hate it. Like her movements are like so like it's like not human, like the way that she operates. I doubt Natalie's gonna show it, but there's a point where she's like doing this weird thing with her body. Like I can't even. We might have to go watch JCS's interview just so I can point it out for you because I'm like, what is going on?
I called the family. I called maybe some of his friends that I knew, and I mean, obviously it shocked you if I heard it at work, you know, which I may have. I faintly remember a bulletin going around.
Over time, throughout the interview, she begins to meander about, you know, oh, this was so long ago. She associates all these different things that have nothing to do with what they're talking about. But while she pretends as though she doesn't remember a lot of things, she confirms certain information for the police in her conversation while she's trying to cover for herself.
Yeah, I mean,
And you were saying that
it's 2009 now.
Had you ever met his wife?
I may have.
Do you remember her name or anything, or? Or what she did for a living, or where she worked, or anything about her?
Well, I'm going to say that I think she was a nurse.
Okay, this was something else. This is actually, if you haven't watched Observe, that's another amazing channel who puts up amazing work. This is something that I actually learned from Observe, which is like, they asked her 3 questions, and the first 2 questions, she's pretending to recall and pretending to think and pretending to be like, I just can't remember. But on that 3rd question, she genuinely starts to recall because she sets into like a like her like natural position to think versus the other 2 are like very unnatural for her. So I always like when I learned that, I was like, that's fascinating to think that like, oh dang, like you could really see the shift of like her pretending to like look around and be like, oh, I don't know, to asking her a question and she's like, oh wait, I genuinely don't remember that one. And she genuinely has to think versus the other 2 is like, you remember homegirl's name. You remember her name vividly. Because I'm sure her screams are edged in your memory. I'm sure they are.
Man, I can't even remember how he said he met her. I mean, it's been so long ago.
Well, let me ask you, did you go to their wedding, you know?
No, I didn't go to their wedding. No, did not go to their wedding. Couldn't even tell you what year he got married. I mean, you know, it's been a million years ago.
Do you ever remember if you ever talked to her? Because it seems like a lot of you who were at the school at UCLA, you guys kind of were friends during and after school, so I don't know if you guys still associated afterwards once he was married or anything.
With him?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I'm sure he could have told me. I mean, he could have told me. He could have told me where he lived.
Did you ever have gone there?
I don't think I've ever gone there. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to say, no, I've never gone there, and then you say, oh, I was at a party. Because I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've got these friends. We have parties. My house, their house. I just don't think John ever came.
I mean, you're not sure if you ever been to the house because
But it's safe to say that would have been the only time, like for something social.
Yeah, if I went there for something social, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
because I know you went to talk to her at the hospital regarding this issue with John. To, you know, kind of like. Hey.
Okay, look at that face when she went. That was, y'all know about that? Y'all know I did that? That's what that face was. Look at it again. Look at it again. Look at it.
This issue with John.
Calm, cool, collected.
You know, kind of like,
eyebrows up,
you know,
eyes open.
Here?
That was, oh shit. Y'all know I did that. Yes, ma'am, we know.
This thing. But would this ever have followed up to her house when you went to talk to her to say, hey, you know what?
I don't even know that I knew where they lived. You know, that's what I'm saying. I don't.
This is another thing that's a blatant lie. And we know she knew where they lived. Because, well, obviously she showed up to the house. But she had been to the house on multiple occasions before she killed Sherry. She had been to her house in her squad car, no less. Pulling up to her house trying to intimidate her. She had been there before. Okay? So we know you're full of it. We know you're full of it. We know, ma'am. We know.
If I knew where they lived and I'd been there, if it was for something social, I would. And I can't see how many times I saw her face to face. You know, he lived on Roscoe. Did I ever see her there? I don't know. I mean, I may have seen her at his apartment on Roscoe. I may have met her there. You know, I mean.
But you didn't have any issues with her, right?
No, I mean, you know, obviously, if he was dating me and dating her.
Okay, this is another thing, too. If you were actually innocent, if you didn't kill somebody, right? But y'all had beef, it's okay. Just be honest and be like, you know what? Yeah, I couldn't stand her because to me, she was trying to steal my man. And, well, one, I wouldn't, one, you shouldn't talk to the police at all. You shouldn't talk to the police. You should, even if, like, let's say you get tricked down to coming down here like she did, which is, this also baffles me because she's a cop. She should know that, like, these voluntary statements are admissible in court, and these voluntary statements, you don't have to give them. Like, if the police call you and they start asking you to do something, you can, one, show up with a lawyer, but two, right here, like, the moment they said, do you remember John Rutten? She literally could have got up and walked out. And it probably would have been in her best interest to do so. Get up and walk out. I'm gonna go ahead and spoil it for you. They're gonna immediately arrest her as soon as she leaves the room. But it would have been better for her if she just got up and walked out. Because the voluntary statement, you're not required to give them. It's a voluntary statement. So if you go in and you're like, hey, you know, how's the weather going? And you're like, oh, it's so beautiful outside, whatever. And then they go, yeah, do you know this dead woman? You can literally get up and leave. And you should get up and leave. Get up and walk out. Do not sit there and answer questions. Do not sit there and incriminate yourself. Leave. Voluntary statement. You don't have to sit there and take it.
I probably
or
said,
give
hey,
it, rather.
Pick or something. You know, back then. I can't say that we ever screamed or you know, I mean, he was a pretty mellow guy. You know, I think I was pretty mellow. I don't think we had some big, huge blow.
And now that's a lie. That's a lie. I was pretty mellow. You were stalking this new woman. You were calling his mother, crying about how he doesn't want you. But you were pretty mellow. Girl, stop. Be honest. At least tell a lie we can believe. If you're gonna lie well.
To say.
I mean, would you remember if she snapped on you and just like, hey man, it's my man, you know, leave him alone, you know, blah blah blah, that kind of stuff?
You know.
And would you remember an incident like that? I mean, because that would be like, what?
Well, you know, and maybe that happened. I mean.
Okay. Sorry, I keep stopping this a lot because I feel very strongly about this interview. Because that's another moment right there where she's like, and maybe that happened. She tries to glob onto this one thing that makes Sherry the aggressor, right? So she latches onto that. She's like, you know, and maybe that happened. And maybe I just went over there to talk and she attacked me and I had no choice but to kill her. Like, obviously that's not the route she's gonna take. It's not the route she's gonna take. But it just felt like she wanted so badly to latch on to, no, Sherry's the bad person. Please believe me, because Sherry's the bad person. I swear to God, she's the bad person. It's just, ma'am, stop.
You know.
So, for example, she confirms that she did confront Sherry Rasmussen, that she had been to John, or possibly had been to John and Sherry's home over some period of time, that she and John had a romantic relationship, that John had been messing with the both of them at the same time. Why are all these things important? Well, establishing your presence at the crime scene where you're not supposed to be is definitely going to be bad for you. So putting yourself in a place where you don't live, where murder has happened, no matter how long ago, is never good. Although presence at the scene is not necessarily evidence of guilt, you can't get to guilt unless you can put the defendant at the presence of the scene where the incident actually happened. Also confirming the contentious relationship that she had with John definitely shows that she had a motive to want to kill Sherry. And then it seems like pretending like she didn't know things, when over time she would start to admit that she did know things, showed a tendency for her not to want to tell the truth.
Let me get back to as far as when you said that John was calling you to see you, and during that time you felt that he was either seeing her, was he engaged or married? Did you know?
Couldn't say.
You don't remember?
I don't know. Well, let's see. My husband.
She tried to make it seem as though the conversation was not contentious, but why else would you go over to that lady's job? Right. Unless you wanted to get into something with her. That wasn't very believable. She denied knowing where John and Sherry lived after John and Sherry got married. However, she did go on to say that she may have stopped over to their house. And now remember, she don't have no reason to be at their house because they're a married couple, but she said that she may have stopped over there. And then she also denied that anything was a fight between her and Sherry, but she also said something along the lines of, just because Sherry and I had a fight doesn't mean that I killed her.
And now it sounds like you're trying to, I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, we know.
Okay. And now it almost sounds like you're trying to pin something on me. No, now I got that sense.
Well, what it gets to on these cases, and you know it as well as I do, our job is to identify and eliminate.
And this is the thing. It's like you sit here in the interrogation and you say, I've been doing this a long time. I know how this works. Yet you don't get up. Yet you don't get up. Yet you don't leave. And maybe it's because all those officers before protected you, so you think that you're just going to be able to talk your way out of this because whoever protected you before is going to continue to protect you. Maybe that's it. Maybe you're just confident. But, ma'am. Come on. Okay.
I can't believe this.
So, if we ask you to a point to give us a DNA sample, a buccal swab, so we can identify or eliminate you, would you be willing to do that?
Maybe.
So this is another very effective interrogation tactic because they already have a DNA sample from her and have confirmed that the bite mark on Sherry's arm came from Stephanie Lazarus.
Because I know this.
Well, that's where we're at too. I mean, because right now, from looking at the evidence, it's possible we may have some DNA at the location.
That's great.
And we're going to do what we can to try to put this thing together. And your name's in the book. These people are pointing at you for whatever reason.
I don't know why. That's just crazy. I mean, that's
because you're a murderer.
Crazy.
Because you're a murderer.
It would be irresponsible on our part not to look at it.
I know. You guys have to do your job, and I guess I'm gonna have to contact somebody. So
that's fair.
Now you want a lawyer?
Because I know how this stuff works.
Sure.
I mean, I just can't believe it.
We understand that. I mean, if we were in your position, we would feel the same way.
I just can't believe it. I mean, it's just, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked that somebody would be saying that I did this. I mean, we had a fight.
Oh, wait, let me let y'all hear this in its entirety, because this right here is totally the words of an innocent woman.
I'm really shocked that somebody would be saying that I did this. I mean, we had a fight, and so I went and killed her. I mean, come on.
But the entire time that
why would you say that? Why would you say that? Because, baby, I mean, if I was a prosecutor, and I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not an attorney, I'm not anybody. I'm just a true crime fanatic. I just really enjoy true crime. And I enjoy watching trials, and I enjoy understanding and learning how our court system works because it's fascinating. And, knowledge is power. But if I have a feeling, right, the prosecutor is going to love nothing more than figuring out a way to tie in the phrase, oh, so we got in a fight, so I wouldn't kill her. I mean, come on. Yeah, Stephanie, come on. It was really that simple. You got in a fight and you lost and you killed her. Like, bro, maybe I should go to law school. I've actually been thinking about that in real life, but I'm probably not going to do it. Maybe that'll be my second career. But I would find a way to worm that into my closing argument. I'd figure a way to do it.
she's there because she voluntarily came in of her own accord, the detectives can continue to question her until such time as she asks for an attorney. And she does eventually ask for an attorney at some point at the very end of the interview. It's an hour-long interview. I'll put the link to it down below. Stephanie says, you know what? I think you guys are treating me like a suspect and I need to ask for an attorney. She asks for an attorney. The interview ends and the detectives arrest her.
She's so pissed.
Okay.
She's so upset.
Stephanie, you know you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes.
Then why didn't you, Stephanie?
Why didn't
you remain silent? Tisk tisk.
Ooh, okay. May 12th, Lazarus was convicted of first-degree murder, 27 years to life. Okay. Personal use of a firearm. Okay, 2 years. Served consecutively. And then credit for 1,000 days served. So 1,000 days is like roughly 3 years. Okay, so she got credit for 3 years. Stephanie's an older woman. So I think for this sentence for her means she'll die in prison. Because I think Stephanie might be like in her 50s or her late 40s. So it's like, even like she's gonna have to serve, like even if let's give her 1,000 days, right? She's gonna have to serve a minimum of 24 years in prison. So it's like, even if she gets out at like 70, 75, something like that. So yeah, she'll probably die in prison. Rough. But maybe you shouldn't have killed somebody if you didn't want to die in prison.
Statement was so harmful to Stephanie. It established the fact that yes, there was this ongoing feud between Stephanie and Sherry, that she wanted to be with John, that she may have gone to their place of residence when she had no business being there, especially to drop off the skis and all this other weird stuff she was doing, right? And so it undermined any potential defense that Stephanie would have, that this was, some accident that her DNA ended up there, that, she had no animus towards Sherry, that she didn't have anything going on with John. They're lying on her. She basically acknowledged some very essential facts in the guise of having a friendly conversation with fellow police officers. But it's a key example of how even a fellow detective, longtime police officer, can fall prey to interrogation strategies such as telling a person to voluntarily come in. If you come in voluntarily, they don't have to arrest you in order to bring you in. They don't have to put you in cuffs in order to bring you in. If, they make it so that you could leave at any time, for example, then they don't have to tell you about your Miranda warnings, your Miranda rights. Another thing that, that happened to Stephanie here was that the detectives lied to her about why she was there, lied to her about why they were asking her about Sherry Rasmussen. They never came out and said until the very end, you're a suspect in this case, and that's why I want to talk to you. And that's completely allowable. That's completely fine. So all of these are reasons why people should not speak to the police, because even other police officers cannot overcome these types of interrogation tactics. So you, as a layperson, how do you expect to do that? So, you know, even if you're innocent, ask for an attorney. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section down below. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Always ask for an attorney. See, and yeah, Natalie is live right now. I'm not gonna watch this one. I'm not gonna watch this one. I'm going to try to watch. Actually, let's watch some CoffeeZilla. I love CoffeeZilla. I love his videos, and I don't think I've watched this one. So let's go with this.
It's everything you wished for. Your site traffic is skyrocketing. Until this happens.
I uncovered a fraud worth $4 billion. There's an FBI investigation, lawsuits, and a lot of influencers.
I still have, unfortunately, the worst coin that ever existed, SafeMoon.
This is the story of SafeMoon, a crypto coin that millions of people hold, and some believe is here to change the world.
It's more than just talking about a store of value, which was...
Okay, let's also, let's talk about CoffeeZilla. Coffee. Love your editing. Love your videos. The fact that you do this somewhat, I think you do this somewhat independently, is so impressive. Because it's so well done, right? But also I'm gonna put this out here, right? I don't know shit about crypto. I don't have any Bitcoin. I don't invest in cryptocurrencies. I don't get them. I don't really know what they are. And that's not to rag on them. Like, I'm not ragging on them. I just don't have, because I don't even have the knowledge to rag on it, right? I don't have the knowledge to know what's going on. But I do watch Coffee's videos, and he, calls out a lot of the ones that are not successful. So going off of what he said. So there's that on that.
Wasn't the focus. It's more about building the future and building a safe future and bringing it now.
But what if they're wrong? I've been working with a small team to investigate SafeMoon for almost a year now, and what we've uncovered is shocking. Secret payments.
I believe he got a payoff and went away.
Deleted evidence.
It's a true FBI operation here, redacted everything.
And hundreds of millions of dollars that appears to have been stolen, provably, on the blockchain. Welcome to the $10 million studio. I'm your host, CoffeeZilla. Let's get into it.
Are you sure this is smart? I mean, this isn't the small.
Also, this robot, your sidekick here, because I know you finally made him your sidekick, so I can call him such. Your sidekick here is immaculate. He's the best character ever. So I love it. I love it so much. And these videos are so well done. They're so well edited. Like, this takes hours. I'm telling you, as an editor, as somebody who as somebody who has animated, as somebody who has done a lot of this stuff, this takes hours. I'm not gonna lie to you, I would charge an astronomical amount of money to do something like this. Now, once you build the character, it's fine because it's he's already set up and you can just add him, put him in place every video, right? But if you haven't built the character already, to build this character, to set him up, to get his movements correct. And I will say I prefer to do 2D animation. I'm not a 3D animation girl. I just haven't been able to invest the amount of time that it needs to get it done. But I'm thinking about if I were to 2D animate this character. So if he was flat and just had shadows and stuff like that, to build him and then to try to edit that all together would take forever.
Small fries you used to go after.
Yeah, I know.
This is $1 billion company.
I know.
You're accusing some of these people of actual crimes.
Look, I know.
Do you? Do you know? There's risks to messing with money like this. This isn't a game anymore.
Okay, fine. If you really think it's so irresponsible of me, how about we flip for it? Heads, I go through with the video. Tails, I don't. This is a story of greed, bad financial decisions.
But that's something too. Whoever's building his background, whoever built the $10 million studio, again, you immaculate, amazing, incredible, love it.
Decisions and somehow Gambian wind farms. The creators of SafeMoon are now being sued and investigated by the FBI. But before we get to that, we have to discuss, how did this all start? Who creates coins like SafeMoon? Was it a crypto mastermind like Soulja Boy or Gary Vee? No. It turns out it was a guy who believes in Q. Yes.
Wait. So does Soulja Boy have cryptocurrency? Please tell me Soulja Boy does not have cryptocurrency. I'm going to lose my mind if that man has cryptocurrency. Lordy. Okay.
That Q. His name is Kyle, and very little is known about him other than he distrusts the government and thinks they're a bunch of criminals, which, I don't know, fair enough, I guess. But Kyle's not going to complain about it like most people. And I think he decided at some point, if you can't beat him, you might as well join him. And he decides getting into crypto is the perfect way to start redistributing some of that wealth back to himself. And that's when he starts making a bunch of coins. Coins like Give Me Your Money token. Really classy stuff, you know. But for some reason, this really wasn't working out for him until Kyle found something called B token. Now, when Kyle invested in B token, he liked that it had a special property to it. A 5% tax on every transaction, which was then split into two parts. 3% was added back to the liquidity pool, and 2% was distributed to all the holders of B, which just encouraged people not to sell. You just held and made money. And Kyle...
Okay, and I will say too, I will go ahead and put this out. I don't know what like the blockchain is. I don't know exactly what those mean, but I'm assuming that's like the equivalent to like the bank, right? Or like the back of house kind of stuff. That's what it seems like. I'm literally pulling that completely out of my ass, but that's what that seems like. But yeah.
I like this idea a lot, which is why soon after he copied the code and launched it himself, but with a few changes. He raised the tax to 10%, and he changed the name to something a lot more catchy. He called it SafeMoon, and he promised everyone from the beginning, no rug is possible. Join us on our journey safely to the moon. Now, just so you understand, in the world of meme coins, SafeMoon basically translates to easy money, safe money. It's like setting the world's most delicious cheese on the world's most obvious trap, which is why, of course, everyone fell for it.
Look, I appreciate your concern, but somebody has to do this. There are literally millions of people who are invested in SafeMoon.
And those millions are gonna hate you for it. You think anyone who is in SafeMoon is gonna be grateful for your story? They're gonna be pissed, Coffee. And not at the people who lied to them, but at you for telling them the truth. And the probability...
No, but like actually, and obviously Coffee is well aware of what his sidekick says. But that's all. Why is that always the case? It's like when you tell somebody that somebody did some messed up stuff, they're always mad at you for telling them that they did the messed up stuff, not the person who did the messed up stuff. Like I remember telling a friend that her man was cheating on her, and she was mad at me and literally cut me off because I was like, sweetie, I gotta tell you this, like this dude is cheating on you. And I have proof. I have evidence. And she cut me off, called me a bitch, and went on to have a baby with this fool. Okay. Went on to have a baby with this fool, and then he left her for the mistress and then moved across country. But you over here mad at me. We never did get cool after that. Maybe I should check up on her. I know she got a 3-year-old now. Maybe I should ask her how she doing.
of you coming out ahead is unlikely. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But you're gonna do it anyways.
Yeah.
Yep.
You humans are so confusing.
SafeMoon immediately went viral because of the promise of safe, easy money, and Kyle pretty clearly wasn't ready for it. People who knew him...
And this is okay. This is another thing too. One thing I have heard, about crypto, I'm not gonna say I know, but I've heard, is that like people get into crypto thinking that they're gonna get rich quick, and I just feel like anything in life that promises to make you money fast is not something that's actually going to make you money. Like, I don't know, and maybe that's a bad way for me to think about it and look at it, but it's just like all money ain't good money, and fast money typically is not good money. um, because I don't know, I just feel like because like a lot of times too, I'm thinking like um people use a lot of really predatory tactics to get you to like invest in things or like buy and sell like, MLM structures and stuff like that. Like people, they use predatory tactics to get you to do that. And it's seeming like Safe Moon is one of those companies that like uses predatory tactics to get people to buy. But it doesn't seem like it was a predatory tactic. Maybe it was just a predatory like promise. Because if it's a promise that like for every coin somebody makes, you like if the promise is for every coin somebody buys, you get like you are automatically due 10% of it, then yeah, like that's like a get rich quick scheme. Like that's what it is. That's how people are going to take it.
Say Kyle kind of didn't think this stupid plan would actually work.
I'm James. I was a senior moderator for SafeMoon. Kyle told me that he had no idea SafeMoon was going to explode like it did. His expectation was that he would be in and out.
That's right. He was expecting to be in and out, and I only can imagine how he probably thought to himself, how can people be falling for this? But clearly they were, and Kyle decided he may need to hire some people at this point to help him out.
But when it did take off, he wasn't prepared. He had to bring in people really fast.
And he did. Kyle hired a bunch of people, almost as unqualified as himself. There's a guy, Thomas Smith, who became the lead developer. He's a grown man who insists everyone call him Papa.
I'm your Papa. I'm the lead dev here.
Now, after Papa, a guy named John Caroni is brought on as the CEO of SafeMoon. And he turns out to be the guy in the group project that sort of everyone ends up hating.
Their argument had always been, oh, we brought John on in the heat of the moment because we needed to. It was an emergency. We're so sorry for bringing him in, and he ruined the project.
There's also a bunch of people hired at this time that you're not going to need to know till later, so we're just going to ignore them for now, but here they are on screen. This was just all thrown together in the heat of the moment. Call it what you want. The incompetent Avengers, the League of Extraordinarily Stupid Gentlemen. Either way, it kind of worked in their favor for the following reason.
It is hard to tell when SafeMoon is malicious and when it is stupid. There just is a problem with that, and there's reasons for that, which we can get into later.
You see, that's Bootsy, one of the researchers I worked with, and you can tell he's sort of been hit
Bootsy
by this smokescreen of stupidity that SafeMoon has created. Like, here's a guy who's been researching SafeMoon for 11 months alongside Strider and myself, and we're all still baffled. People just can't figure out how something this dumb made this much money.
So we have a valuation of around $3 to $4 billion, and we did this all in 9 months.
So it almost helped them in a way how dumb it was, and people were buying like crazy because
Okay, so you're telling me, and maybe this is also a thing too, I just don't have like faith in, like, I don't know, I don't have faith in anybody that tells me I could be a billionaire, because I just feel like, again, I think it's just one of those predatory tactics. I just feel like it's very predatory to be like, oh, if you pay me and do the exact same thing that I did, then you're gonna be a billionaire. And I just, like, when you say it out loud like that, that doesn't sound like that makes any sense, does it? Like, it's different to give like talks and be like, oh, these are the steps that I did. These are the aspirations. Like, you need to find a niche, or like those kind of things. Like, if you find your niche, you could be a billionaire. If you find your niche in the thing, like I found my niche in this thing. Like, that's why I think like TED Talks are great. But like to just be like, no, buy my course and do everything that is outlined in the course, and then you are going to be a billionaire is some BS. Like, that's some BS, bruh.
Who doesn't want easy, safe money? And you know who actually loves easy, safe money more than anyone influencers.
There you go. Jeremy B.
This is all in April 2021.
Ah,
That's when SafeMoon really
dang.
exploded in popularity.
Dang.
They had billboards.
Dang, these are like, but dang, I actually like some of those people. No, wait, now I gotta figure out. Soldier Boy, I like some of these people. Who do I like? Diplo, I don't know who this is. This guy can go to hell. So no, this guy can go to absolute hell. K, I think was that? I don't know who K is.
This is all in April.
Soldier Boy, sweetie, and I was just talking about you the other day with my friend, how we were so proud of you, and now I can't be proud no more. This is old, probably, right? This video, I don't know when this video came out, but dang, man.
April 2021. That's when SafeMoon really
Oh no, Afrojack, dang. So, and then
exploded in popularity.
That's
They had
Juicy J. The real Juicy J. I don't know. I don't have like strong like or dislike for Juicy J. I don't think so, anyways. You know, maybe if I have a reason, if there is a reason for me to not like him, please enlighten me.
had billboards across the nation. They had the biggest influencers talking about them. Not that it was free of criticism.
Unfortunately, this is a giant Ponzi scheme.
Those are just the haters that needed to be destroyed by the SafeMoon army. That, by the way, is the name SafeMooners gave themselves, and they declared war.
Okay. Look. If I feel like if your namesake needs to be defended so badly that you have to call yourself an army, that there's something wrong here. Like, I just there's something wrong here, because it's just not that deep. And like, it's just, of course there's naysayers and everything. Like, somebody got something bad to say about everything. Everything and everybody. So I don't understand why you think that yours would just be immune to criticism, especially if homeboy in the last screen thinks you're a Ponzi scheme. If that's the case, like, if he think that, welcome to the United States, where we have the First Amendment, where I can say whatever the fuck I please. Like, what? Okay, let's just go.
On the haters. Here's one of many of these SafeMoon soldiers.
We are the SafeMoon army, and I am SafeMoon soldier.
Ooh.
I didn't get this tattoo for no damn reason.
Sweetie, you need sleep. You go to sleep. These bags, you haven't slept well in years. You're working long hours, huh? Like, these are the eye bags. I'm not flaming this dude. These are the eye bags of a man who has worked that 12 midnight to 12 p.m. shift every day for the last 5 years. This man is tired. He's a tired man right here. And then you waste your hard-earned money to get the tattoo. I don't get getting the tattoo. And I love tattoos. I have a couple. I'm getting more. But I love tattoos. This I don't get. I don't get this one. Who gave you clout for this? Did you buy this? Did you buy this with your SafeMoon investment? That's the real question.
Nobody will ever silence me with threats or threaten my money.
You know, it's almost embarrassing to watch a grown man defend a token that was designed to rob him of his money. But maybe it's time to talk about just that, how SafeMoon was designed. We're going to talk about how SafeMoon was supposed to be so safe, because that's really the point of all this, isn't it? Your money is supposed to be safe. And that idea came from this claim about a locked liquidity pool. But what does that mean? In DeFi, the way you trade tokens is with something called an LP, liquidity pool.
Hold on.
And by the way,
I started talking, so I didn't.
Locked liquidity pool. But what does that mean? In DeFi, the way you trade tokens is with something called an LP, liquidity pool. Every pool basically has two different currencies, and the point of it is to provide buyers and sellers a way to trade without regular market makers like Wall Street has. In a liquidity pool, the way it works is the ratio of your two assets determines the price. For example, one liquidity pool might hold 5,000 SafeMoon and 1,000 BNB paired together, and the price is just the ratio of these assets, so 5-to-1 in this case. And I can trade on either side of it. I can sell SafeMoon by putting SafeMoon into the pool and getting BNB out at that ratio, or I can buy SafeMoon by putting BNB into it. And as people buy and sell, this ratio
Also,
shifts
again,
in the price.
This graphic. This. Immaculate. Coffee, whoever is doing your editing, I need to figure that out. I need to get a big piece of hair off of me, apparently. So, yeah, immaculate. Absolutely immaculate. Ooh, but also, we're on the last row. We're on the last row of my hair. I got four more braids to do. This took me all day, but it's okay. Because it looks good. I like the way it looks so far. I like the colors. It's looking fun. It's looking fresh. It's very stiff. But we're going to fix that.
Price changes automatically. Now, the more liquidity you have, the bigger the pool is, the better, because price stabilizes. Okay. And I can feel you all collectively yawning at this point, so we're going to move on before we put anyone to sleep. But just know the key innovation of SafeMoon was this idea that every time someone trades, you just take 5% of it as a tax and put it into the liquidity pool and lock that money up so SafeMoon, the company, can't touch it. That way, you know, as an investor, you can always trade SafeMoon for a fair price. This is how you avoid the scam of how tokens commonly get rug pulled, where suddenly the price or liquidity pool of a project would collapse, which happened all the time in DeFi with cases like this.
So the market cap is $2.168 trillion. And now the market, it went to zero. Yeah!
The whole pitch of SafeMoon is basically, look, rug pulls like that, that's...
What was that? Coffee. You're not going to explain that? I want to know what that is.
It's impossible with SafeMoon because the money's locked up. It's right there in the README. It's auto-magically locked up. Or wait, was it auto-locking? Because I kind of read that too. Oh, that's probably the same thing. Unless it wasn't locked at all. Uh-oh, this is confusing. Huh? SafeMoon appears to be contradicting itself. Maybe we should go to the CEO of SafeMoon so he can explain it once and for all.
So the LP lock is automated, not automatic. Automated and automatic are not the same thing.
That didn't help. Well, maybe we go to the source code that they copied from B token and figure out what's really going on here. Surely B token wasn't a rug pull.
So we have this B token code, and B was kind of a smaller rug pull.
Oh, well, that's even worse. How are we getting out of this one, fellas?
Our big difference, you're going to find that we're never going to rug.
Uh-oh, I think we're looking at a pinky promise protocol here, fellas. But if B token could rug pull, that means the funds in SafeMoon are also not locked up and are also not really safe. So that was kind of a huge lie. But surely this guy has the best of intentions and won't have any skeletons come out of his closet later and incriminate him, I said, knowing that I'm about to play a clip.
Let's not pretend why we're here. Well, this ideological, like, let's save the rockets thing. This is about money.
Oh, we're in a bit of trouble here, aren't we? Look, guys, I'm not against money, right? I'm American, so I like money as much as the next guy, as long as the next guy isn't Jake Paul. But you know, this just doesn't seem like a good deal at this point, especially when the founder created a token called...
Dang, Coffee! Dang, Coffee! Coffee said, Jake, I'm coming for your head, actually. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. But actually, yeah, like, big facts.
Called Give Me Your Money. But I get it. Look, that's just my opinion, right? We need evidence now. And so that's when I started looking at the blockchain. I started collecting all of SafeMoon's wallets and identifying them. And when I did, I found that Kyle had already been rug pulling SafeMoon since it started, just more slowly than the B token guys. See, on March 5th, this shows up on the blockchain as the function remove liquidity, which of course they said was impossible. And the first time they took from the cookie jar, it wasn't for much, only $14,000 was taken. But it added up over time, and I worked with a blockchain researcher to find out just how much Kyle took.
The total amount of SafeMoon that came into Kyle's wallet was over 164 trillion tokens. Fast forward to mid-September to mid-December, this grossed him just under 10.3 million.
Shopify helps aspiring business owners, like Nona Lucia here, turn their passion into a product. Build your online store at Shopify.com, add your products, and bring your brand to life in minutes.
I mean, can you believe it?
I can believe it.
Bro, have you learned nothing about trying to sell sauces and food from your house? Have we learned nothing from Chef P, Pink Sauce Lady? That bitch is wild. But on this channel, bitch is a term of endearment. But no, do not do this. Do not sell food from your homes, please. Please don't do this.
Wow, that's a lot of money for a token that was never gonna rug pull. And maybe that's why the FUD just seemed like it wasn't stopping. SafeMoon may have been booming from influencers, but they were suffering from a major PR problem known as evidence. And this is when a Twitter account called War on Rugs first appeared, who started warning people that, quote, the likelihood of losing all funds was absolute with SafeMoon. Now, this was a pretty epic ownage of facts and logic from War on Rugs here, and it seemed like SafeMoon was on the ropes right up until War on Rugs decided to scam people himself with his own rug pull, to which, yeah, the only response is, like, how? The guy calling out scams decided to scam people himself, which, as you guys know, I would never do to you, Pump the Stockzilla. And basically, SafeMoon was like, aha, well, that guy's a scammer, so are we cool now, everyone? And everyone was kind of like, I guess we'll forget about it all.
He both seemed to have pointed something out pretty important about SafeMoon, but then he also turned out to be a real piece of shit.
And after War on Rugs, the SafeMoon army just really kind of rallied against anti-scammers, and they made it their mission to expose the exposers with people like this.
This channel will be dedicated to exposing opportunists and shillers of FUD. FUD, for those that are new to the term, stands for fear, uncertainty, and doubt. My mission is to analyze and expose those that use FUD to manipulate you for their own personal gain.
Now I know what you're thinking. With Rambo over here going SEAL Team 6 and all that.
Wait a second. Wait a second. So they're taking advantage of me, like by fudding me. Okay, how are they taking advantage of me, and how are you not? Are they taking advantage of me because they're trying to stop me from being a billionaire? Is that the angle? Like the angle's that like they just want you to be, they want the greater society just wants you to be broke, so you must follow their broke man mentality. Was that the thinking? Is that what's going on here? But yeah, him laying in the ocean with the sand on him, I can't take this dude seriously.
All the haters, SafeMoon must be doing pretty well. And it's true, they decided it was a good time to clear up all the FUD once and for all with a smart contract audit.
Today, the SafeMoon audit just dropped on our heads.
So that happened, except the auditors were like, yeah, your code kind of sucks, and there are major vulnerabilities. My favorite quote is that they said mishandling it can have devastating consequences to the project, to which SafeMoon was like, oh, well, you don't have to worry about that, because if we took your money, we'd get sued and go to jail. Now,
wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you learned this. So, and like, I'm assuming that you knew that this was going to be the opinion. Did you have to volunteer for the audit, or do they just show up? Because if they just show up, then like, maybe makes more sense that like why you got like you didn't get much say in what happened. But like if you requested this audit and then it just showed that like actually everybody's right and your system is bullshit, then what's going on?
Of course, within a year of that, they would be sued and investigated by the FBI, but we're getting ahead of ourselves.
The FBI?
SafeMoon, even for all its hype, just really still had problems internally. Like, people are leaving the company. Everything is kind of a mess. And maybe that's why at some point the ownership of SafeMoon was transferred over to Papa. And just so you guys understand, the SafeMoon community just like worship this guy. Here's an example. This guy says, Papa's literally a genius. XRP offered him $2 million to work with them, and he denied it. Any blockchain project would die to have Papa on their team, and Papa says, like, truth. Now, later, the XRP team would reply that they had no idea who Papa was and had never heard of them. But the point is, the SafeMoon people thought...
I love nothing more than interactions on Twitter with people being like, I have no idea who you are. Like... They'll be like, this, or like, when people, or like when people, they remember that time where like, for some reason, like everybody was trying to call out celebrities and like, people be like, yeah, no, I saw Beyonce at my restaurant and she didn't tip. And like, it'll be like Beyonce's response will be like, she was like, I would never walk dead into I've never stepped foot in your restaurant a day in my life. And it'll be like attached with a picture of her being at like somewhere else at the time where they said this happened. Like it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love nothing more than those kind of interactions. Though I don't like Twitter, though I'm not on there much at all. But it is for that reason. It has potential to, it keeps me around for that reason.
Papa was the reincarnation of Satoshi Nakamoto, and that he was going to usher SafeMoon into a golden age of prosperity. And now, did that happen? No. In reality, Papa just stole more money, like Kyle did, except he was a bit craftier about it, I guess. Like when Kyle stole money, he just kind of took from the liquidity pool. But Papa was different. He had a story about it. He justified himself by saying he wasn't rug pulling liquidity. He was moving the funds in a fund migration from a version 1 liquidity pool to a version 2. And as they told it, it was for the people's benefit. In fact, every time Papa migrated these funds, he would send the same memes every time. Boom. But behind all the boomer memes, not all the money made its way over, and you might not be surprised to find out that some of it found its way into Papa's pockets. We first find a hint of this on May 12th when he says, I migrated the LP in a way I figured everyone would love. But here's what actually happened. I'm going to visualize what Papa should have done versus what he actually did. What was supposed to happen in a migration is that he would move the BNB SafeMoon pair from V1 to V2. Simple, right? Instead, Papa did something different. He took the BNB pair from V1, but kept the SafeMoon, and he only put the BNB into the V2 pool with a purchase of SafeMoon, meaning Papa got more SafeMoon from the V2 contract as well. Now, on the surface, this appeared to cause the price to spike because a huge purchase order was just made. But in reality, Papa was keeping gigantic amounts of SafeMoon that he could later sell for a personal profit. And the value of SafeMoon overall was falling. Once again, me and some researchers calculated how much in dollars Papa took, and here's what we found.
So Thomas withdrew liquidity 18 different times. He actually held on to $143 million worth of liquidity. The sum of outgoing SafeMoon transactions was about $100 million. Of that $100 million, $58.9 million went to Bitmart, and $8.1 million went to other undisclosed wallets.
I feel like I need to remind everyone, this is the same guy who also said this.
Our big difference, you're going to find that we're never going to rug.
So I guess turns out that was a big lie, and the money wasn't safe after all. But as with all things SafeMoon, things are about to get much worse. You have to understand, SafeMoon at this point was under a lot of stress, and the team was kind of fracturing internally. Karoni in particular was the most hated on the team. People didn't like how he wanted to run things. And here's one of SafeMoon's own developers, Hank Wyatt, blaming him for a lot of SafeMoon's problems.
that was an organized FUD attack. That was only a small amount of why the red candles were happening. John wouldn't let us lock up $250 million in liquidity. That's why all the FUD was happening. And when we asked him, hey, we don't need this money, we shouldn't touch it, and he said, oh, no, but we can still do some of it, and he wanted to run the LP. Yeah, it can lick my whole balls.
Now I know what you're thinking. I probably could have cut that last part of the call and you still would have gotten the gist.
It can lick my whole balls.
But, I really think you have to hear these people describe John Caroni in its full glory to understand just how hated this guy was.
There's like no substance of a human there anymore. He's just a fucking dick.
He's just a
John's a fucking monster and does not care about his employees whatsoever.
This is going to sound really up, and I apologize in advance. The only time I like John is when he's depressed.
What does your video sound like? Go to artlist.io and get the best music and sound effects for your videos. This is not the real world.
See, now you get the picture. Basically, no one liked Caroni, and this rift only escalated with Operation Phoenix.
First signs of this was when John started talking about Project Phoenix, which he then changed to Project Phoenix because he spelled it wrong and refused to admit that he just made a spelling error, and I have no idea why. But it will haunt me to the end of my life because he literally could have just switched it, and instead he is running with it to this day.
We're fast approaching our full unveil of Operation Phoenix.
But he starts talking about Project Phoenix. The rest of the team doesn't talk about it at all, which didn't seem like much at the time until later on when we get the leaked audio.
Can you explain what the Operation Phoenix is?
Nobody can explain what Operation Phoenix is, including John.
Operation Phoenix is a little bit of a journey, but it's mainly a bunch of different complex things coming together to create an evolution.
He has a lot of claims of what it can be or what it could be.
That was the most nothing answer I've ever seen. Like, that's like, that is worse than a nothing burger. That was awful. That was horrible.
It started out as banking the unbanked in Africa, the most overused phrase by anyone who has a lot of money in the crypto space. Talked about how it was going to be utilized as a currency in the Gambia. Then it became about windmills and clean energy. Then it became about burning tokens with those windmills somehow. The phrase, every turn a burn, became a thing for a while. Nanotechnology was used at one point, according to them. I can't go any farther than that. Truly, I'll just keep rambling about it. It's a gobbledygook. It makes no sense.
So to summarize, John is off doing whatever Project Phoenix is, and he wants to use the SafeMoon war chest to fund it. Meanwhile, the core team kind of hates John. They resent him, but they can't kick him out because he's the CEO. So instead, they decide to start a new project. They call it Piggy Bank Token.
So the idea of Piggy appeared to just be their next attempt to do whatever it is the team wanted to do without John. That was another example of the rift that seemed to have been created.
Now, Piggy would turn out to be a big failure in the months ahead, but the anti-Caroni team decided they weren't going to leave SafeMoon quietly. Many of them wanted their cut of the pie. Hank Wyatt, for instance, wanted a $3 million severance package.
His best interest is to give me my $3 million severance package.
His big plan was to use his ownership over SafeMoon's various social platforms as leverage.
Kind of forcing his hand on that one, because I also own the Twitter.
But this bad attempt at blackmail sort of backfired on Hank when this audio call leaked, and Hank was basically just kicked out immediately. The whole team would eventually be replaced as well, as Caroni realized what had happened with Piggy. But I started to wonder, was it just Hank looking for a payout? Do you think Thomas, Kyle, these guys basically got paid off to not become like permanent enemies of SafeMoon?
I believe that Kyle, we had a discussion, they were in legal discussions with their lawyers about suing SafeMoon to regain control. Thomas said that he'll honor whatever Kyle agrees to. One of the things that they were going to ask for was to be paid to go away, essentially. I'll sue you for all this fraud and all these things, and you will very possibly have criminal charges, and then he gets a payoff. I believe he got a payoff and went away because it just disappeared. He never said a word to us about what happened.
I mean,
well, those.
I mean, that's that makes sense to me. Because, like, I will say most of the time, anytime I've ever heard of like things that settle quickly, which I don't know if y'all have heard about Diddy and Casey. Diddy settled within 24 hours of her filing that lawsuit, which I gotta go watch Natalie's live on that after I get my hair done, after I get this done. Because like most people take their money real quietly and leave, because like we're never gonna know how much they settled for. We're never gonna know uh, why they settled, on what grounds or anything like that. We're never gonna know that information, because I guarantee you that like part of the settlement agreement is shut up and go away. I'll give you as much money as you want as long as you go away, right? Um, that's allegedly, right? So it's just so interesting. It's very interesting. I wonder what she had on him, because she must have had some stuff on him. She must have, because I ain't never seen nobody settle a lawsuit this quickly. It's wild, wild. Allegedly, she has some stuff on him. Allegedly.
Those are quite the allegations, but in order to understand whether they're credible, we need to start talking about John Caroni.
All right, so hey, I'm John. I'm the CEO of SafeMoon.
We already know most people didn't like him, but we're going to take our own look at him and decide for ourselves. Caroni's past is mostly military. He worked for the Department of Defense, and his parents are both former CIA, and it's clear from the beginning that he wanted to run a much different SafeMoon than the other guys. He saw himself as something of a tech visionary, and he saw SafeMoon as the vehicle for that. He said SafeMoon was a technology company.
We're a 9-month-old blockchain innovation company, a tech company.
They were going to build products like a crypto wallet and, yes, Gambian wind farms. And it wasn't until September 2nd that Caroni would truly get his chance to fulfill this vision. He was already CEO, but a lot of people were struggling with him for power and for influence. But after the piggy bank token disaster, Caroni really got the chance to clean house, and he was about to get his chance in the driver's seat. Now, when most people talk about visionaries, you think of Elon Musk or Steve Jobs. But everyone forgets that 99% of visionaries are just all talk.
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world.
And Caroni basically
you just
fits
crazy.
the second model. He talks a big game, but
actually
kind of lacks the track record. Let's start with the Gambian wind farms. Remember that this is that Project Phoenix thing we heard so much about.
Welcome, SafeMoon Army and the wider tech audience to your Operation Phoenix reveal. Let's start with wind. We've given you a lot of teasers regarding the wind turbines, but here are the details. The use of wind power has proven viable, and just as small plane wings have evolved over the years, so can the physical designs of turbines.
Now wait a second. I know what you're thinking. That wind turbine, it looks pretty good actually. And that's because it's someone else's wind turbine. A company called Simptive made it. Here's the actual CEO.
This is Nemoy, and a small-scale wind turbine to generate simple, affordable, and reliable wind energy.
Now, I don't know about you, but the fact that SafeMoon didn't build the technology in their tech demo seems like a bit of an issue.
But here at
We're again stealing other people's stuff. Why are we stealing other people's stuff? Why? I don't understand. Ugh. Lordy. Okay.
SafeMoon, an issue is just an excuse to innovate.
So what was that innovation? Well, if you can get past PhD level word salad, basically they put little dots on the windmill and claim to make it more efficient, which gonna need to see some evidence for that one, fellas. And SafeMoon's other technologies aren't much better. SafeMoon launched their own crypto wallet, which was supposed to replace the popular Trust Wallet app. The only issue is...
It seems to be a one-to-one copy of the Trust Wallet, but now it has the SafeMoon logo on it and has the SafeMoon colors.
And all of this is right in line with SafeMoon's business practices from the very beginning, when they took B token, renamed it, and called it a big innovation. Or, sorry, they called it an evolution.
SafeMoon is the evolution. SafeMoon is the evolution. Create an evolution.
And you have to be willing
Okay,
to
also,
evolve.
real quick too.
Wix is your platform to perform on.
Also, I'm about to stop trusting y'all fake CEOs. Well, I already don't trust fake CEOs, but I'm going to stop trusting y'all people who dress like Steve Jobs in 2023. I'm gonna stop trusting you people because, like, what are you The black turtleneck, because he had one on. I wonder if I can get back to the right frame. Let's see.
They called it an evolution.
SafeMoon is the
Let me see the black
evolution.
turtleneck.
SafeMoon is the evolution.
Create an
Why do y'all think this makes y'all look trustworthy? Like, because he did it. Baby girl with the fake voice did it. I can't remember. Elizabeth Holmes. Well, can y'all stop like dressing up like Steve Jobs? Are y'all trying to like make us think that y'all are anything like him? Like, please stop. Please stop.
Evolution.
And you have to be willing to evolve.
But now that we've talked about SafeMoon's contributions to technology, we need to talk about the one thing they did that does seem original, and that's the V2 contract of SafeMoon. See, SafeMoon was still getting flack for being the clone of a rug pull, so they decided they were going to upgrade it. Now, mind you, this is different from like the V2 liquidity pool we talked about Papa migrating to. This is an actual upgrade of the token itself. Unsurprisingly, this upgrade would turn out to be a total disaster. The big differences for version 2 were really the changed fees. Instead of a 10% tax split 2 ways, there were now 4 different uses of the fees, as well as a switch to a proxy contract. But the big question became, how do you get everyone to switch over to this V2 token? They didn't want to split their community, so they decided to force people to switch using an 100% tax. What could go wrong?
The big one is regarding the 100% tax. Yeah, so basically we were shutting down V1.
So yes, they raised their tax of SafeMoon from 10% to 100% in an attempt to make the V1 token useless and force everyone to migrate their tokens over to V2 where it's actually usable. The problem, of course, is that a lot of people who invest in SafeMoon aren't tech savvy, and when you send money on SafeMoon with this 100% tax, which you can do, you get completely wiped out.
Essentially, if you tried to do anything but migrate your tokens to V2, you would lose all of your tokens.
Where to go? Hey, newsflash, SafeMoon and anybody else out there, it shouldn't be that complicated.
Now, it turns out you can actually calculate how much people lost in this SafeMoon V1 100% tax thing, and here's what we found.
So the 100% tax was implemented on December 29th. After summing up the incoming SafeMoon and BNB and its historical value, the total losses added up to $102 million.
Wow, $100 million. And that money, it didn't go nowhere. These lost tokens, they went to the liquidity pool. And we know who controls that, John Caroni. Now, it's worth saying that some in SafeMoon said that they were going to pay people back for these losses. This guy, the Fud Hound, who you saw earlier, real name Ryan, he said that they were going to refund people affected by V1 taxes. 2 weeks later, Ryan would resign or get fired, depending on who you believed. Ryan said he felt forced to follow his code of ethics. Caroni said he was fired for breaching confidentiality. Maybe he just said a little too much. But I'm sure losing one of your community figureheads isn't that ominous. I'm sure everything's fine, guys, right? Honestly, this is where SafeMoon really goes from like kind of a disaster to full on everything's falling apart. So it's going to feel like we're jumping around at times, and I apologize for that. In fact, I actually forgot to mention, we kind of skipped by the fact that at this point, the FBI had actually started investigating SafeMoon. So, you know, there's that.
Hank was visited by the FBI at one point, asked about all of us.
I guess it says something when an FBI investigation is a side item that you're like, oh yeah, did I mention that? And not only that, things got worse, of course, because calls leaked of former SafeMoon members talking about deleting evidence in case of an FBI investigation.
You also gotta be careful because if they believe that you deleted it out of intent to, hide evidence.
No, if you're deleting it before being subpoenaed, you're not deleting any evidence of anything. You're just deleting your messages.
It's a true.
Bro, no, it's not. No, it's not. That's not true. That's not true, bro. That's evidence of guilt. You deleting your messages is evidence of guilt. Means you know you're doing something you shouldn't be doing. No. God. Lordy. Oh, and there's a chance I'll be done with my hair by the time we finish this video. Ooh, I'm excited. Because after this. I'm on my last braid after this one.
True FBI operation here. Redacted everything.
The strategy seemed to be, delete evidence before they tell us not to delete evidence, which we'll see how that works out for them. Although we may not have to wait that long, because soon after this, a class action lawsuit was filed against SafeMoon. The creators of SafeMoon and all the influencers who promoted it were all accused of pumping and dumping the coin. And frankly, when you look at the 97 pages of evidence, it does seem pretty overwhelming. Like I said, at this point, things were just falling apart. And while Caroni would usually use this time to pivot to some new harebrained scheme he had cooked up, his interviews started to go a little differently.
There were a group of people who accused SafeMoon of false and misleading statements and not having the liquidity behind the currency. Are you talking to your community? Or are you just hoping they all go away?
Yikes, that's probably not how he thought that was going to go. Now, Caroni gives the stock response, of course.
Again, we won't comment on an ongoing case, but SafeMoon will continue mission, will continue moving forward.
But you have to wonder what their play is here. SafeMoon is down 90%, and almost everyone has abandoned ship.
I still have, unfortunately, the worst coin that ever existed, SafeMoon. I came on this show. I bought $40,000 of it, and I now have 2,000 left.
And at this point, John Caroni is really sort of the last one standing. He's the last one left, and I'm sure the most relevant question many people have at this point is like this. Okay, look, Kyle took money, we get it. Papa took money, fine. The V2 robbed people of millions of dollars, okay, maybe they'll one day pay that back. Caroni sucks as a boss, fine. They're getting sued, okay. Actually, none of this is okay. But the question is Caroni actively profiting from SafeMoon the way Kyle and Papa did? Is he misappropriating the LP? As I'm writing this is still the sentiment in SafeMoon's Discord. These people still believe the great John Caroni would never do anything sketchy. Quote, I can't imagine him doing anything unethical with the pool of money. So now we're going to shift gears and take a look at that. Is Caroni the hero who kicked out all the bad apples? Is he an out-of-touch visionary who bites off more than he can chew? Or is he something else? As I started my investigation, the first thing I realized with Caroni is that he behaves differently than Kyle and Papa. He doesn't move liquidity around as much, but it's clear he's getting the money from somewhere. After all, he claims SafeMoon had 90 employees. So where did the money come from to pay for all these people? Naturally, I asked around.
They're paid to be on Bitmart.
All right, according to Ginger, Bitmart is the source of new funds, allegedly. Bitmart, by the way, is an exchange like Coinbase, and they were one of the first to list SafeMoon on their exchange. But the answer you just heard, that SafeMoon is being paid to list on Bitmart, didn't sound right to me. So I asked Bitmart via email, and they replied that they weren't paying SafeMoon. It was the other way around. Quote, SafeMoon paid Bitmart to be listed. So then the question is, how is SafeMoon making millions from Bitmart? Because we know they are. Recently, an employee came forward anonymously and told me that after SafeMoon signed the Bitmart deal, quote, John said to us that he was going to put us all in a new tax bracket. Although this person says they never saw any of that money. So again, the question is not if SafeMoon was making tons of money, but how they were doing it, since they weren't being paid to be listed. I had to dig in deeper. So I started to look at the way things worked on Bitmart, because it was a little bit different. See, Bitmart artificially implemented tokenomics the way SafeMoon always had, with a 10% tax. However, the way Bitmart did it was slightly different. Normally, 5% of each transaction would go directly to the liquidity pool, but Bitmart did it slightly differently. Quote, 5% will be returned to the developers to be added back to the liquidity pool for SafeMoon tokens. So instead of sending the fees directly to the LP, they sent it to SafeMoon's developers to do it. But go with me here. What if the money never made it there? What if Bitmart sent those fees to SafeMoon to put in the LP and they just kept it? That would be pretty damning, wouldn't it? But the question is, how do we find out for sure if this theory is correct? And this is when I realized I needed Caroni's wallets to figure out if he was getting large payments from Bitmart and what he was doing with them. Because bear in mind, Caroni was not a rich man before SafeMoon. So if he's getting millions of dollars from Bitmart, we know why. The problem is, Caroni was the most clever of all of these guys at hiding his wallets. Caroni is like a ghost. I didn't have anything on him. So to figure this out, I knew I'd have to dig deeper than I ever had before. I started by trying to talk to people who had worked for SafeMoon. I knew one of them would have seen Caroni's wallets, right? Like, or have been paid by it, and I just kind of had to convince them to tell me what it was. Now, obviously, most of the people I talked to said, well, I can't talk. Maybe they felt threatened, or they felt like they were under NDA, or they just didn't want to be part of a piece. Fair enough. But eventually, I found the right person.
Wells Fargo has enabled small businesses to create or preserve more than...
He said, quote, there's a lot of information surrounding SafeMoon. Yes, I do have an NDA regarding internal things, but a lot of things I've witnessed aren't covered under that. Now, this person asked to remain anonymous for obvious reasons, because they felt threatened before by some of the members of SafeMoon, and they wished to not repeat that chapter of their lives. But when I got on the phone with this person, they were a goldmine. They had direct links to several of the team members and provided two really important wallets in particular. The most notable were a Kyle wallet, who's the creator of SafeMoon, and John Caroni's secret wallet that they had both been hiding, and they tell us a lot. We're going to start with John Caroni's alleged wallet, which is this. The first thing we find is that he was receiving massive payments of Tether, totaling up to $15 million. And where did these payments come from? From Bitmart. He also had $4 million in SafeMoon. And this would all seem to confirm the theory that the fees from Bitmart that were supposed to go to the LP may have been used by Caroni. After all, he said the Bitmart deal would put them in a new tax bracket. But in addition to that, I also saw something else, which is millions of dollars flowing from Caroni's wallet to a familiar address. Not the liquidity pool, but Kyle, the creator of SafeMoon, the one we had been told had been paid off by Caroni. And this all corroborates the information that the Ginger gave me earlier.
I believe he got a payoff and went away because it just disappeared. He never said a word to us about what happened.
Not that this case is fully settled. We still have many questions, like what exactly was this $3 million payment to Kyle for? Where did the rest of the money from Bitmart go? I reached out to John Caroni about this, regarding this investigation, for over a month, to see if he had any way of explaining these problems. He declined to comment. In my opinion, it may just be that there is no good explanation for this, and Caroni just wants to stay quiet. But the question is, where does that leave us? The story of SafeMoon may not be over, but the winners and losers are basically decided. The winners are Kyle, Papa, and Caroni, who all made millions of dollars off this thing. Not to mention the several SafeMoon insiders who we didn't even have time to talk about today. They also got a cut, and the influencers, they also got a cut. Basically everyone except for the real believers in SafeMoon won. The real losers were the people who held on to hope, held on to the belief that maybe if they just trusted this new fancy crypto thing, they could escape their dead-end job. Maybe they felt stepped on by the system like Kyle used to feel. Only for them, this time they were just stepped on again, just in a new way, in a new system created not by governments or laws, but by unregulated financial markets. The only real hope for justice here is that regulators do what they've been failing to do for so long in the crypto space, which is protect consumers from fraud. And ultimately, I do believe that's what's happened here. Fraud. I think you can get lost in semantics, in the stupidity smokescreen that SafeMoon kicks up. You know, you can get lost talking about the Gambian wind farms, but ultimately the real story is that SafeMoon said the funds were automatically locked up, your money is safe, and it wasn't. They took the money at the expense of the investors, and that's the story.
Nope, it's not enough.
Oh, come on. Look at all the evidence.
I'm telling you, Coffee, evidence does not matter. You're exposing things people don't want exposed.
Yeah, maybe. Either way, I'm just kind of glad it's all over.
Well, now that that's over, let's give the people what they really want. I just got a hot lead on Will Smith.
Wait, hold that thought, Maxwell. I just got a text from Papa. He wants to talk.
Oh, brother, you can't be serious. You're not really considering this, are you?
Of course I am. He could be the final piece to all of this.
No, he's not. I'm telling you, they don't want to know.
Well, I do, and I'm taking this call.
Next time on CoffeeZilla.
This feels like fraud. This is fraud. I mean, how could it not be? You guys are millionaires. Your investors are down 90%, and you guys are millionaires directly from a representation that was false. Do you feel bad for all the SafeMoon investors have watched this coin that they loved like plummet 90%?
Yeah, I do.
As you should, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you ever suspect Coroni of fraud?
Yes. No, I didn't. I never got a payout that big. Never. I'm sure we'll see this on Netflix someday.
Well,
do you want to receive beautiful crystals every month without breaking the bank? I know what you're thinking.
Okay. And then there it is. But unfortunately, we will have to save that for the next time on Dragon Ball Z. Because I have to go. I have an event tonight to be at, and I just needed to finish my hair. And here is our final look. So we have some color going on. This is, some color for me. So we got some blonde, some brown, and then the very back, the first row is actually like all dark. So they're my dark, just like my dark braids. But there we go. I think it looks really good. It's not as like full and voluminous as I like normally like my boho braids to be, or as like they are in the last video that I posted for you all. But again, I needed this. I just needed to braid my hair. I've been so sick of being bothered with it, and I needed to braid my hair so that I don't cut it all off. But I think it still looks really good. I wish I knew what kind of hair this was, because this hair is giving. Like, this hair looks good. I have no idea what this is. No whatsoever. It wasn't in a pack. It was literally like in a bag tied up. So maybe I'll figure it out what it is one day and I'll do another. And when I do, I'll try to come back to these videos and fill you guys in on what they are. My mirror's over here. That's why I'm looking over there. But thank you guys. I'm coming a little closer. Sorry for hitting my microphone. Thank you guys for joining me on these streams today. Thank you for putting up with my setup from the beginning, and then also the technical difficulties of my power going out for some reason. So yeah, I think that's it. Thanks for everybody who stopped in and watched this video, or stopped in on the stream. I really appreciate you. I look forward to seeing you guys in the next one, and I think I'm gonna start streaming again. I'm gonna put a poll up and see what you guys think, and then if you're into the idea, let's do it. But if you're not, then we won't. So but I had fun. I enjoyed this. I thought it was cool. But yeah, I gotta get ready so that I can hopefully leave my house in the next 35 minutes. So but I'll see you guys later. Well, actually, I'll see you guys tomorrow in the comments, because I will be posting a video tomorrow. So I will talk to you guys then. Bye.